Shanfield, approved as an expert by Judge Buckaloo, took the stand. Had he gestured hypnotically like Mandrake the magician, he could not have been more mystifying. Undisputedly knowledgeable, Shanfield explained allotyping and blood analysis to a jury fighting involuntary slumber. It was highly technical, very detailed, and far, far over the heads of almost everyone in the courtroom, Grimes commented later. He did, however, make it perfectly clear that there were strong indications that the semen samples found at the crime scene were from someone who had the same unusual blood allotype classification, B secretor, as Kirby D. Anthony. Ingaldson then returned to more personal testimony by calling both Kirk Mullins and Deborah Dean to the witness stand. The couple individually confirmed that Anthony did not arrive at 9:30 a.m. It was closer to 11 a.m. Cheryl Chapman added another needed dose of personalization when she took the stand and told how she, Nancy, and John fixed up Melissa's room for Anthony and Heck with a double bed borrowed from another Gwenny's waitress. During the couple's stay, Melissa shared a room with Angie. When they left, she returned to her own room and her own single bed. The borrowed double bed, Chapman testified, was returned to its owner. She also told the jury that Melissa and Angie were across the street at the home of Cynthia Crowson, a babysitter, who lived in the trailer park on the day Kirby Anthony showed up at the Newmans' apartment after leaving the Arctic Enterprise. Just prior to Mr. Anthony leaving and moving out, Ingaldson asked, "Did you have a conversation with Nancy Newman concerning Mr. Anthony?" Cheryl replied in the affirmative. "And did you give any advice to Nancy Newman?" Salemi was on his feet in a heartbeat. "Excuse me, Your Honor, could we approach the bench?" The attorneys entered a whispered conversation before Buckaloo excused the jury from the room. "Your Honor," continued Salemi, "while I'm not sure what Mr. Ingaldson intends to do with this line of questioning, my suspicions are he intends to elicit from Miss Chapman that Miss Chapman advised her sister, Nancy Newman, to kick Mr. Anthony out of her residence. Is that about right?" "No, it isn't," replied Ingaldson. "Oh, okay. Then I'm wrong already," Salemi said. "Maybe we should just find out what he intended to elicit from Miss Chapman." Ingaldson entreated the judge to allow further testimony from Cheryl Chapman regarding Anthony's mental state following the breakup with Heck. He wanted to get in the part about Nancy telling Cheryl that she wanted Anthony out of the house, not Cheryl telling Nancy to get him out. Salemi would have none of it. Strongly objecting, he insisted, "Ingaldson wants to mislead this jury rather than give them facts. He wants to leave them with the impression that Mr. Anthony was asked to leave, when in fact we know that he wasn't. They want to paint a picture where Mr. Anthony is angry or upset because he was asked to leave the house. He doesn't talk about the accuracy or the inaccuracy of what he intends to bring out." Upon reflection, the judge told Ingaldson that Chapman's expanded testimony would not be allowed. Ingaldson asked for a reason. "If the defense gets an adverse verdict," explained the judge, "this ruling is going to come back to haunt me to a significant extent. I have some real questions about its relevance." Ingaldson, exasperated, tried another tactic. "Well, Judge, my hands are being cut right and left here about anything with motive. I don't know how I'm going to paint any type of motive here if I can't go into these things. It's important to show his state of mind at the time. I've asked you to consider this thing even about the suicide." "When did this suicide business come up?" asked Judge Buckaloo. "How close is it to the killings?" "Within a couple of weeks," Ingaldson quickly asserted. "No, that's not true, Your Honor," insisted Salemi. "It's not within a couple of weeks. I think it's further than that. There is the remoteness question with respect to suicide, but anyway," he reminded the court, "you've already ruled on that." "I can always reverse myself," Buckaloo reminded Salemi. "Yeah, you can," responded the defense attorney. "But you see, Mr. Ingaldson gets up here, and Mr. Ingaldson is a real nice man and everything like that, and so he's saying, 'Gosh, Judge, every ruling that you've made about motive is going against me. Can't you give me one finally?' And that's not the way. We go by rules of evidence. We don't just try to balance things out." Buckaloo, not warming to Salemi's line of reasoning, expressed his understanding of Ingoldson's position. "What he's saying is that this court's not giving the state a fair trial. He didn't put it in that language, but that's what he's saying. And when a prosecutor says something like that, I give it some more reflection. Maybe I—" But, interrupted Salemi, "but the rulings are based on the evidence." Turning to Ingaldson, Salemi became more pointed. "You just make this general argument about, 'Gee whiz, my hands are cut.' He's saying, 'My hands are being cut.' I think he means tied, but that is not an evidentiary argument. I don't see anything in this that says, Buckaloo, passing beyond saturation on the topic, cut Salemi off short. "All right, that argument's not going to help me. I'm going to take a 5-minute recess." Recess concluded, Ingaldson and Salemi reached an agreement whereby Cheryl Chapman could be called again to the stand and asked if she and Nancy discussed Anthony's mental state, but she would not be allowed to elaborate, nor would Ingaldson be allowed to ask any specifics. "You mentioned that you had some conversation with Nancy Newman about Mr. Anthony. Did you talk to her in that conversation at all about Mr. Anthony's emotional state at that time?" "Yes, I did," Chapman answered. Ingaldson then changed the subject. Salemi was not happy about the question or the answer. "I think it would cause the jury to speculate," said Salemi, "as to what the conversation was about Mr. Anthony's mental state. And the court's already ruled that wouldn't be admissible." In short, Salemi accused Ingaldson of attempting to subtly bring out evidence which the court has already proscribed him from bringing out. When Cheryl Chapman stepped down, Kirby Anthony made what could be interpreted as an intimidating remark. According to Ingaldson, he whispered to Chapman as she walked past the defense table, "I'm so sorry, Cheryl." Ingaldson then asked for permission to repeat the remark to the jury, insisting that the remark was made with a smirk and was meant to be intimidating. Defense attorney John Salemi said Anthony actually whispered, "I love you, Cheryl." Judge Buckaloo said the whole incident was subject to diverse interpretation and denied Ingoldson's request. He did, however, acknowledge that such remarks by Anthony very well could be a form of intimidation. When Salemi challenged him to explain on what he based his conclusion, Buckaloo replied, "Just looking at him. He's just a scary person. He has an intimidating presence." Cheryl Chapman was not intimidated. She was furious. She bluntly told reporters on Monday, May 2, 1988, that she intended to kill Anthony if he were acquitted. "He will never walk a free man again," Chapman said. Asked point-blank if she planned to kill Anthony if he were not convicted, Chapman replied, "Yes, definitely. If they would give me the opportunity now, we wouldn't even be having a trial." Aware of Chapman's intense hatred of Anthony, security personnel watched her closely, occasionally frisked her, and did not allow her to take her purse with her into the courtroom when she testified. Frank Garfield, courthouse security chief, heard Chapman's direct threats and ruled she would have to watch the rest of the trial from the media booth, a soundproof room separated from the rear of the courtroom by double-paned one-way glass. Sound from the court could be heard through a loudspeaker. "Anybody that sees a grisly scene that she had to see has a right to feelings like that," Garfield said at the time, referring to the triple murder and rape discovery. But that doesn't give her the right to subvert the judicial system. Chapter 12. The Northern Lights car wash was long defunct by the time Ken Larson and Curtis Comerford were called to testify at the trial of former employee and co-worker Kirby D. Anthony. The purpose of their testimony was to establish that Anthony was an accomplished liar who could cry on cue. Before Larson could testify, Ingaldson had to win another battle with John Salemi. Buckaloo excused the jury. Ingaldson made his argument. I would ask to be allowed to ask Curtis Comerford concerning an incident that happened just the week before these murders, wherein Kirby Anthony called into work, asked to have time off, saying his mother had died. He was crying, very upset, and he was very believable at that point. The reason for that is twofold. The initial reason is to show his state of mind at the time. I think it's become important now. Ingaldson reminded the court that the defense asked several witnesses how Anthony acted before and after the murders. They've opened the door, and I think I have a right to correct misimpression of the jury and to basically give them the real picture, a true picture. Also, I think this is important just to show his state of mind up to the murders. The evidence is, I think, probative to show his state of mind prior to the offense and also show his ability to turn on and off his emotions, what has been put squarely in issue by the defense through their witnesses. I think it is only fair for the jury to get an honest impression of Mr. Anthony concerning that I be allowed to present this evidence. Defense counsel Howard firmly disagreed. My understanding, he said, is that the state wants to bring in these two people, Ken Larson, who operates this car wash, and approximately around the 1st of March had hired Mr. Anthony. 5 or 6 days before the homicide, Mr. Anthony called up and said that his mother had died, that he seemed emotionally upset and he needed some time off, and Mr. Larson said, "Take all the time off you need." The same thing with Mr. Comerford, who allegedly saw Mr. Anthony sometime, and Mr. Anthony seemed to have been crying or been emotionally upset about this episode. Obviously, they're trying to show Mr. Anthony is a liar. Is his mother alive? Is that it? Asked the judge. His mother is alive and well, Howard answered, then asserted that the proposed testimony violated the defendant's rights to due process. The exclusion rule, as previously noted, prohibits the jury from hearing about a defendant's prior crimes, wrongs, or bad acts. I would say, Your Honor, that the act of lying to your employer, the act of deception, that's what the exclusion rule goes to. That is, evidence of other crimes is not admissible to prove the character in order to show that he acted in conformity therewith. Well, obviously the point is going to be made by the prosecution that Mr. Anthony is very adept at deceiving people, which obviously goes to character. It doesn't go to things like motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake. He's arguing, Howard said of Ingaldson, that somehow what it shows is state of mind. Apparently, the nexus is that Anthony can lie and deceive people, and he's real good at it, and that strikes at the heart of character, and we do not let that kind of evidence in. I think everyone would agree that it's wrong. It's a very bad act to lie to your employer so you can get the day off. That's pretty contemptible, agreed Buckaloo, to tell your employer my mom's died and crying over the phone. And that's exactly why the jury should be kept from hearing it, because it's a bad act. It has nothing to do but prejudice Mr. Anthony in front of the jury. It has absolutely nothing to do with this case, especially if Mr. Ingaldson later on is going to try to link it up to say that, well, Mr. Anthony is a very good liar. He lied to the police, or the remorse he showed. He's very good at it, and that's what it's going to, insisted Howard. It's going to a propensity that he is able to act in character and conformity with that character. He is very good at deceiving and very good at lying to people, will basically do anything to get his way. That is what you're looking at in this case, and that's what the evidence is going to be. Character evidence, Judge, rears its head in different ways. Sometimes it just doesn't say character written, stamped on it. The two lawyers tossed previous rulings and legal precedents back and forth while Buckaloo kept score. They reached a compromise in the final round. "Your Honor," said Ingaldson, "I have no objection to any type of limiting instruction if the defense has one. A suggestion might be to inform the jury that they're to consider only Mr. Anthony's state of mind, not as to whether or not he's a truthful person. That's not at issue here." "So my understanding is," commented Howard, "that he's going to call Mr. Comerford and Mr. Larson, and he's going to elicit testimony that sometime that week Mr. Anthony had called in, told them that his mother had died, and was upset." "That's about it," agreed Ingaldson, "and it's going to be very short. I'm not going to get into Mr. Anthony's reputation at work, and I'm not going into that area. It's true that at one time in his statements he said that Anthony was an excellent worker, but I know he has also accused him of stealing things and stuff, and I realize that I can't get into those types of things." "All right," Buckaloo said, "let's get your witness." Kenneth W. Larson, manager of Northern Lights Car Wash, took the stand, and Ingaldson asked him, "Do you recall whether Mr. Anthony ever called in concerning a problem as to whether he'd be able to work?" "Yes," replied Larson. "He called me March 8th. He told me that his mother had passed away and that he just couldn't come into work. I just talked to him for 20 seconds on the phone, and then later in the day he stopped by to see me. Anthony cried while visiting Larson, and the car wash manager had no doubt whatsoever, based on Anthony's emotional reaction, that Peggy Anthony was dead." Ingaldson then called Curtis Comerford, the car washer who filled in for Anthony that day. Comerford saw Anthony at the car wash in the afternoon. He pulled up and he couldn't really talk. He had tears in his eyes, and before he pulled up, I heard that his mother had died. "What was his emotional state like when he was talking to you?" asked Ingaldson. "He had tears in his eyes." Ingaldson switched the topic, asking Comerford if he gets tips from people at the car wash. "I make anywhere from $5 to $15 a day. It's usually in dollar bills." "How rare would it be to get change?" "Real rare," Comerford answered. "I've only had one lady give me change, and that was only 2 quarters. Tony Marinelli, next on Ingoldson's witness list, testified that he did not speak with Anthony on the day of the murders. While it was true that they had a telephone conversation, it actually took place a week earlier. He was able to produce his time cards as proof that he was not working that day, and telephone records showed that he did not speak to Anthony on Saturday, March 14, 1987. When Ingaldson wanted testimony from Jess Odell, the neighbor who claimed that Anthony tried to sell him John Newman's camera following the murders, Salemi said Odell was a liar, burglar, and big-time drug dealer. He and Ingaldson got into another verbal altercation in court before the jury was allowed back in the courtroom, or Odell took the stand. Mr. Odell was involved in an incident, explained Ingaldson to the judge, wherein he and some other people ripped off another drug dealer in Palmer, Alaska. Odell's role in it was he went in and took some marijuana plants. In the meantime, 2 other persons went in and held up people in the house and might have taken some money or something. Some of the other people involved were involved in some other cases also. Mr. Odell was not involved in the other cases, but he testified on behalf of the state in Palmer and was given an agreement prior to the Newman homicides. His agreement was that he would plead to burglary and the state would recommend that he not receive extra jail time. There was no deal made with this case, Ingaldson emphasized, and I would ask the court to refrain from Mr. Salemi characterizing Mr. Odell in terms such as armed robber. "How would he feel about an accomplice to an armed robbery?" asked Salemi pointedly. "Why is all of this business relevant?" asked Buckaloo. "Why should I try that kind of business in this trial? I mean, it's a collateral issue. "It's not exactly that simple, Your Honor," said Salemi. "When the police started getting close to him, putting the heat on Mr. Odell, the prosecution witness that they're going to be calling, he called an attorney and worked out a deal." "That's done every day," stated Buckaloo, unimpressed. "Yes, I understand that," Salemi assured the court, "and also when those people are called as prosecution witnesses and they've been given concessions by the state in exchange for their testimony, those things come out on cross-examination. This is a little bit different because that was a separate case." Encouraged to continue, Salemi began his assault on Jess Odell. He busted his deal with the state. He fled jurisdiction. He wasn't supposed to do that, and then he came back. And all of a sudden, he comes up with this other information, not only on that case where he was involved, but all of a sudden he knows Mr. Anthony. He's lived next door, and he's got information about Mr. Anthony which the police are very interested in. So he calls up his new attorney and he says, "I've got this good information about this murder case." And his expectation was that he was going to get a benefit from that. So, we need to show that here's a man, he's never been given any benefits, any deals, said Ingleson forcefully. He's been given it in the other case, before this even happened. Mr. Salemi is right. He did flee in October because he was afraid that these persons were going to come after him. It had nothing to do with this case. Ingleson was highly critical of Salemi even mentioning Odell's previous brush with the law. The only purpose is to paint him as a bad person. The only reason is to have the jury emotionally dislike him. If Mr. Salemi starts branding him as an armed robber, I certainly can't do that about Mr. Anthony with his armed robbery convictions. Odell had an expectation that he was going to get favorable treatment, Salemi insisted. He called his attorney for the purpose of selling information to the police in the hopes that he would receive more favorable treatment. And there are other things going on here. Mr. Odell was a drug dealer, and he lied to us about that when we interviewed him. I said, "Okay. Were you dealing any cocaine or anything like that?" He says no. He lied right to our face. 5 minutes later, he comes back in the office with his attorney and says, "Oh, we've got to clear up something. Jess lied to you. He was dealing cocaine." I'm going to bring that up because he lied right to my face, and he's a liar, and I think the jury should know that. He can't ask him about things like that, Ingleson protested. If he wants to do that, and he wants to get into prior bad acts and open the door to all the witnesses, fine. Let's do it with Mr. Anthony, too. It's allowed with Mr. Odell, Salemi argued, because he's trying to curry favor with the prosecution. He doesn't want to be convicted. Your Honor, we've got a prosecution witness here who is not as clean as the driven snow, and I should be permitted to point that out to the jury. I'm not going to let any of that drug business in, decided Buckaloo. Ingleson said Salemi could mention the fact that Mr. Odell sold Anthony marijuana and was owed money, but the fact that he's a drug dealer, this big picture of selling cocaine and things, is clearly much more prejudicial than any probative value. What I'm concerned about is characterizations, inflaming the jury, saying he's an armed robber. If I started saying, Mr. Anthony is a baby killer, that's the same type of thing, because it's the type of words that just evoke an emotional response. All right, said the judge. This Odell didn't have a handgun in his hand. I'm not going to permit Salemi to refer to him as an armed robber unless he can put the handgun in his hand. I'll shift from the drug involvement, agreed Salemi. I'll ask, are you generally an honest person? And he'll probably say yes. And he just took an oath and stuff like that. And then I'll say, well, Isn't it true that when I asked you about your drug involvement, you lied right to my face, in front of your attorney, the district attorney, my investigator? And he's going to have to say yes. I'm not going to let him ask that question, ruled Buckaloo. And if I'm wrong, the appellate court will tell me about it. But that seems pretty clear that's not admissible. Salemi, refusing to give up, said, "We're going to have a problem with this one, Judge. I'd like a stay of proceedings so I can take this issue to the Court of Appeals. I mean, it's critical to the case. I'd really like it if the jury knew he was a liar, which he is." "I'm not going to stay the case," said Buckaloo flatly. He reseated the jury and called the court to order. "Right now, I'm a doorman at the Gaslight," answered Jess Odell when Ingaldson asked him what he did for a living. Guided by Ingaldson's questions, Odell explained his cooperation with police and prosecutors on the Palmer burglary case. Ingaldson made sure the jury knew any benefits received by Odell were prior to the Newman homicides, and that Odell would receive no direct benefits for testifying against Kirby Anthony. "I first went over to Kirby's house because I saw an unmarked cop car down the road," testified Odell on direct examination. "And I went over there and he seemed pretty upset, and I asked him what was wrong. He told me that they had come over and his aunt and 2 nieces had been murdered. He said that police had been there and they were probably going to be coming back." "Tell me a little bit about the camera," said Ingaldson. "Where did you see the camera?" "In his room. He had placed it on his bed and asked me what I thought it was worth, if I wanted to buy it. He asked me to come in his room, and he showed it to me." Odell said Anthony set the Pentax camera on the bed, and inside the case were lens filters and a telephoto lens extender. "I'm not sure, but there was a smaller lens in there. There was a larger lens also, and just a bunch of film containers on the side where you put them inside." Ingaldson produced State's Exhibit number 51, John Newman's camera case. "I remember that flash and... let's see," said Odell as he examined the contents. "Yeah, looks like it. What, if anything, did Mr. Anthony say to you regarding that camera?" "He wanted to know what I thought it was worth and if I wanted to buy it. I had 2 cameras. I was running low on funds and I didn't want it. I asked him if it was hot, and he said no." Odell told the jury Anthony owed him money for marijuana. "I asked him if he had any money, and at first he said no, and then he said, 'Well, hold on.' And he went into Dan's room and was in there for a little bit, and he came out with a roll of quarters and a roll of dimes. I said, 'Where did you get these, at the car wash?' Because I figured he might have got them at the car wash. And he said no." John Salemi's cross-examination avoided the camera and focused on the witness's credibility. "After you read a newspaper article about the Anthony case or the Newman case, you called your attorney, didn't you? And you say, 'I've got some more information, and now it's about another case, and I'd like to sell that to the police. Isn't that true?'" "Yeah," responded Odell. "I was hoping that I might be able to because I might be going away for a year or so, or 6 months. I didn't say I want to sell it to them." "Are you a pretty honest man, Mr. Odell?" "Well, I am now. I cleaned up my act and stayed out of trouble when I got back from Oregon." "Which would have been after you talked to the police about this case, correct?" "Well," answered Odell, "I was honest with them all the way in everything I said." "Were you honest with the grand jury when you testified in this case?" asked Salemi. "Yes." "Okay. Question. Page 389 of the grand jury in State versus Kirby D. Anthony. You're talking about the coins. You mentioned that he owed you some money. I lent him some money when he came back from fishing. Today, you said you got the coins because you sold him some marijuana." "Yeah," replied Odell. "It's just like letting him borrow some money. He didn't pay me right off the bat." "Oh," said Salemi sarcastically. "So you don't think you were misleading the grand jury at all when you said I'd lent him some money? You think the grand jury would understand from your answer that this was a repayment for a drug transaction? This answer was given under oath on May 5th, 1987, wasn't it? And it wasn't the truth, was it?" "Well," responded Odell reasonably, "it had to do with money, you know." "Do you know the penalties for perjury?" Ingleson immediately objected. "This is just badgering. Obviously and clearly he's explained his answer there." "The jury knows he's under oath when he testified at the grand jury," said Buckaloo. Salemi went back on the offensive. "Has the prosecution talked to you about the fact that you lied at the grand jury?" Ingleson again objected, claiming mischaracterization of the evidence, and asked that Salemi not ask argumentative questions. "It's my understanding," shot back Salemi, "that Mr. Ingleson doesn't consider that a lie, Your Honor." "You don't have to badger this around," replied Buckaloo. "I don't care what you call it. I'll leave it to the jury to determine what that evidence means or does not mean." After nitpicking Odell's recollections and believability, Salemi stepped aside for Ingleson's redirect examination. The state only had one question. Did Mr. Odell receive or expect any compensation for his testimony? The answer was an honest no. On May 5, 1988, Dan Grant, Anthony's roommate, testified as to Anthony's mental state and physical condition on the morning of Saturday, March 14th. He was pretty wired, you might say hyper or restless. I would say that he was high on cocaine at the time or had done some previously and was suffering from the after effects. Grant also confirmed the prosecution's allegation that Anthony left the residence at 8:45 a.m., the same time as Grant, or shortly before him. As Anthony did not arrive at Kirk Mullins until 10:30, Grant's testimony helped confirm the missing hours in Anthony's alibi. On cross-examination, defense attorney Howard accused Grant of having damaged his memory by excessive marijuana smoking. "You have a routine when you get up in the morning," said Howard. "You get dressed, you drink coffee, smoke a cigarette, and you always get stoned before you go to work, don't you?" "Yes, sir," answered Grant happily. "And you told the police, you were real emphatic, and you said, 'I have problems with memory. I have a problem remembering things.'" "I said that?" Grant asked teasingly. "I might say that my memory problem is due to marijuana. Although my memory is bad, it's probably good enough to remember me telling the police that I had a bad memory." When Howard asked Grant if he abused marijuana, Grant amused the jury by answering, "Sure, from someone that doesn't use his point of view, I certainly do." The jury had a much-needed laugh before questioning returned Grant to more serious aspects. Did he still consider Kirby D. Anthony his friend? "If he didn't do this, everyone has deserted him and he needs a friend," responded Grant. Less friendly to Anthony and far less humorous was the testimony of Carol Hawkins, mother of Kimra Atkinson. She recounted Anthony's disturbing telephone call following the homicides in which he revealed information only the killer could know. Vicki Irvine, the young woman who encountered Anthony in Chilkoot Charlie's, testified regarding Anthony's peculiar comments the night he passed around poetry in the noisy bar. Ms. Irvine quoted Anthony as saying, "The worst thing was that the mother had to watch." Ingleson queried if perhaps Anthony had actually said, "Missy had to watch." He suggested that the bar was so loud it was possible that she misunderstood. Catherine Monfrida, identification technician, testified with well-earned self-assurance that she was more than qualified to analyze crime scene fingerprints. "I received training from the FBI, both in Wisconsin and at the FBI Academy in Quantico, Virginia," elaborated Miss Monfrida. "I'm also a member of the International Association for Identification. I'm a certified latent print examiner, which means I have taken a test that's written by the foremost authorities in the fingerprint field to determine if I'm qualified as a fingerprint examiner, and which I did pass. On the surface of your hands and your fingers, she explained to the jury, and also the soles of your feet and your toes, is skin that's different from skin on other areas of your body, she said. The skin on your hands and feet is corrugated. It consists of raised formations we call friction ridges. Those ridges don't flow in a continuous line. They stop or they separate, and they form what we call ridge characteristics. The arrangement of these characteristics is unique to each individual finger and each individual palm. On the tops of these ridges are small sweat pores, which exude a small amount of perspiration. The perspiration will adhere to the tops of the ridges. When an item is touched, the impression of those ridges will be transferred to that item. That's what's known as a latent print. The word latent itself means hidden, and that means we have to do something to it in order to make it visible. We use various techniques, and once a latent print is developed, we can compare those to known impressions. That is, recordings of the ridge details of individuals who are fingerprinted by printer's ink or some similar substance. Chapter 13. The two cops who knew Kirby Anthony best were Bill Ryder and Ken Spadafora. Neither, of course, could stand him. Thoroughly convinced that Anthony was the cruel and inhuman predator responsible for the rapes and murders, they eagerly assisted Bill Ingaldson. On Monday, May 16th, Ryder took the stand and testified that Kirby Anthony's alibi drifted from one position to another in response to the tug of emerging evidence. The jury heard excerpts from Anthony's evolving alibis and altered stories about several pieces of evidence, including his whereabouts the morning of the murders. According to Ryder, Anthony first specifically mentioned the Burger King breakfast stop in an April 20th interview, more than a month after giving police the initial account of his Saturday morning breakfast croissant. Everything was fairly consistent about time, until Spadafora and I told him his alibi was kind of weak, said Ryder. Then his statements about Saturday morning started to change. For example, when I told Anthony that Kirk said he went right over to Beverage World, Anthony said, "Yeah, I told you that. Yeah, we went over there." Well, I had the receipt right there that showed that he wasn't there until 12:15 in the afternoon. His response was, "Out of all those receipts, you have mine? Come on, throw me in jail, Bill." The drawling, personable detective also testified that Anthony invented explanations spontaneously when confronted with possible evidence against him. I told Anthony that we found recent hairs, pretty young hairs, inside those gloves. Not that we exactly had his hand hairs, but I made it sound like that's what I was saying, Ryder explained. Sometimes that sort of questioning, asking such things as how could your hairs be in those gloves, is going to bring out unexpected answers. If Kirby Anthony didn't do this and he hadn't been wearing those gloves, what's he going to say? He's going to say, "No way, because I never wore those gloves. They couldn't be mine." But that's not what Anthony did at all. He invented another one of his excuses as to why his hairs would be in the gloves. Another story he made up on the spot. He came up with an explanation about wiping snow off Nancy Newman's car when there was no snow. Ryder also addressed the issue of the stained white shirt. He testified that he asked Anthony, "How can you get feces on it when you're wearing it all night?" Jurors listened as Ryder played an actual tape recording of Anthony's absurd and incongruent explanation that he threw the shirt on the floor when he changed into another, equally dirty shirt. The court adjourned Monday afternoon before John Salemi could begin his cross-examination. Tuesday morning, May 17th, Salemi said investigator Bill Ryder was purposefully incorrect when he suggested that Anthony invented the Burger King story. Salemi pointed to the transcript of Anthony's first police interview, March 15, 1987, in which Anthony mentioned going to grab a bite of breakfast. Ryder responded by characterizing Anthony's March 15th reference as ambiguous, contained no reference to Burger King, and was offered only after we told him his alibi was weak. Salemi also challenged the prosecution's assertions that Anthony knew details of the crimes not made public. He was questioned extensively by police, Salemi said to Ryder. By your very questions, anybody who had any common sense could probably figure out what you were getting at. Ryder and Salemi fought it out Monday and Tuesday. Anthony fought in prison on Wednesday. The Cook Inlet Pretrial Facility Superintendent, Philip Briggs, confirmed that Anthony was involved in a fight with another inmate on Wednesday night, May 18, 1988. Anthony allegedly assaulted George Roberts, who sustained numerous blows, particularly kicks around the head, which resulted in blindness in one eye, as well as bruises and contusions. Irvin Hayes, another inmate, also received a kick to the head when he attempted to restrain Anthony during the assault. Fellow inmates constantly taunted and mocked Anthony, calling him baby killer. The more they taunted, the angrier he became, eventually erupting into outbursts of rage. The Roberts-Anthony Hayes fracas was the 7th documented fight involving Kirby D. Anthony at the Cook Inlet facility. The dates and events were as follows: 8/29/87, fight with Dean Guy; 12/13/87, fight with Sherman Smith; 12/16/87, elbowed Leroy Diggs while playing basketball, causing extensive physical damage; 2/08/88, fight with Ryder Tannick and refused to be moved to another module; 2/8/88, mock fighting and loud belligerent behavior, crisis intervention used; 2/9/88, escorted out of M module following inappropriate behavior. On the same day, Anthony threatened Sergeant Whitaker. 2/11/88, threw a cup of water on inmate Fred Berry. 2/17/88, fight with William Terry. 2/27/88, refused to obey a direct order. 5/5/88, kicked a misdemeanant offender, Sheldon Fox, when being transported between court and the institution. 5/18/88, fight with George Roberts. Based on demonstrated propensity toward violent behavior, the following restrictions were put into immediate effect. He has to remain in leg restraints during the special recreation period. He will be placed in handcuffs prior to opening the door to his room by placing his hands through the security tray slot, and will remain in handcuffs while outside his room except when taking a shower. Ankle restraints are to be applied prior to exiting his room and shall remain in place. He is restricted from all program activities. When escorted from the module, he shall be placed in leg restraints and a waist chain. To avoid problems, Anthony's jailers kept him in administrative segregation, which is prison slang for keeping someone confined in a single cell with little or no interaction with other prisoners. He was allowed out for showers and phone calls, Briggs said. Although Anthony was no match for a larger physical aggressor, his mouth and volume were adequate for raw expletives and offensive racial slurs. News of Anthony's interpersonal problems with people of color in an institutional environment filtered back to the prosecution, and Cheryl Chapman confirmed to Ingleson that Anthony was not favorably disposed toward African Americans or other ethnic minorities, except as forced laborers or temporary sex partners. 4 weeks into the trial, Ingleson dropped an evidentiary bombshell on Buckaloo's court. According to Ingleson, the defense had convinced Kirby D. Anthony that cooperative ejaculation could be his best shot at complete acquittal, obtained a voluntarily released semen sample from Anthony and sent it off to Brian Wraxall of the Serological Research Institute in California. Wraxall, who earned fame in 1978 when Mark Stolorow and he developed the multi-system method for testing 3 isoenzyme systems simultaneously and new methods for typing blood serum proteins, would perform tests on the semen sample similar to those requested by the prosecution. Wraxall, without identifying the donor, called Dr. Shanfield and informed him that he had a semen sample for testing. The two experts subsequently met in Atlanta, where they performed numerous genetic tests. Shanfield did not know the sample was Anthony's, and early indications were that it didn't match the crime scene sample. At the test's completion, however, the unique characteristics of Anthony's semen were immediately apparent. Shanfield immediately recognized the markers as identical to the Newman homicide sample, recalled Ingaldson. It was that obvious. Wraxall gave the results to the defense. Shanfield gave them to me. According to Ingaldson, the tests identified a genetic factor common to 4% of the population, of which 7.1% have the same blood type as Anthony, B secretor. Yeah, well, if you take all of Anchorage, Salemi replied sarcastically, that 7.1% of the population could be as many as 5,000 people. 1/4 of 1% of the male population, including Anthony, has the kind of semen found at the crime scene. Defense attorney John Salemi argued that the prosecution could not use the test results because the state couldn't establish a chain of possession. There was no way, he asserted, for the prosecution to prove the sample actually came from Anthony. There was also the question of whether the attorney-client privilege extended to test results. The defense also challenged Shanfield's tests as experimental and not generally accepted by the scientific community, an allegation Shanfield strongly denied. Had the tests eliminated Anthony, the defense would have taken a stronger protest stance, said Grimes, but as it came back favorable to the prosecution, they didn't want it admitted at all. The entire semen adventure was the hottest topic for some time. If the state could use the test results, it would be like a gift from heaven. The prosecution, however, was concluding their presentation, and there was a potential legal fight, a long one with a possibly unfavorable outcome, over the issue of attorney-client privilege. Thankfully, Anthony also had a rare blood type, making him a B secretor, and that meant Ingaldson could tie him to the semen stains by testimony from Agent Robert Hall without having to rely on Shanfield's findings. If Anthony had a common blood type without unusual markers, Ingaldson would have had a more complex situation. One way or another, the jury would know that Kirby Anthony's semen had specific characteristics matching semen found at the crime scene. Agent Hall, testifying for the prosecution, confirmed that the FBI lab results showed that Anthony had the rare B secretor blood type, directly linking him to the semen stains found at the crime scene. Dr. Probst, who conducted the autopsy, detailed the brutal and fatal injuries of the innocent victims. Probst and Ingaldson used large color slides of the victims to illustrate the beating and bruising they suffered before and after death. A friend of Nancy Newman's in the courtroom rushed out in tears. Anthony, who changed his seat to avoid seeing death scene slides earlier in the trial, didn't move, but did not look up at any of the slides. Dr. Probst told jurors that the Newmans were killed between 7 a.m. and noon on March 14th. His estimate was based on many factors, including body temperature, rigor mortis, lividity caused by the settling of blood, and the drying of mucous membranes. Probst said he found 2 ounces of gray-brown material in Nancy Newman's stomach, consistent with the half cup of coffee and cream found on the kitchen table when the bodies were discovered. Angie had eaten cereal mixed with fruit pears or apples shortly before her death. Melissa 8, whose fingerprint was found on a spoon in a bowl of oatmeal, had a small amount of gray matter in her stomach, consistent with gastric juices and perhaps some digested cereal. All 3 victims had empty bladders. Probst's testimony reinforced the prosecution's assertion that the Newmans were killed after they got up Saturday morning. On cross-examination, John Salemi questioned Probst's estimated time of death, citing the amount of alcohol found in Nancy Newman's blood. Earlier witnesses testified that Nancy Newman had about 4 drinks at Gwenny's on Friday night. Under normal circumstances, all traces of that amount of alcohol should have been gone from her blood by 7 a.m. the next morning. But Nancy Newman's post-mortem blood alcohol was .093, nearly .10, the level at which a person is considered legally drunk in Alaska. Decomposing bodies produce some alcohol, Probst said, explaining her higher-than-expected blood alcohol content. John Salemi did a double-take. He knew from personal experience that Probst testified in other cases that the most amount of alcohol produced by a decomposing body is the equivalent of 2 drinks. This new view was not at all what Salemi wanted to hear. The defense asked Dr. Probst why he changed his professional opinion, and the witness replied that he had re-examined the question and now accepts the conclusions of an expert who says decomposing bodies can generate blood alcohol levels of up to .20, twice the limit considered legally drunk. Salemi pointed to the blood alcohol levels found in the bodies of Melissa and Angie, .015 and .016. Why are theirs so low and Nancy's so high if they died about the same time? Probst replied that children have a different biological environment and that Nancy Newman had more gut flora, which would produce more alcohol. Salemi made it perfectly clear that at least to him, and hopefully to the jury, Dr. Probst's estimation of the time of death was erroneous. If Nancy Newman's alcohol level was that high, she could have died Friday, March 13th, not Saturday, the 14th. Chapter 14. Ingleson had only 2 witnesses left to go, Judd Ray and John Newman. Ray, Buckalew ruled, could only offer his expert opinion on the range of post-offense behavior. The phrase post-offense behavior means how the person acted after the crime. The defense planned to trot out Kirk Mullins and his girlfriend, Deborah Dean, to testify that Anthony was calm and relaxed when he came over to their place, behavior one does not associate with someone who has just raped and murdered. Ingleson wanted the jury to realize that someone who does this sort of thing is going to be worn out and fairly satisfied after 3 murders and 2 rapes. If he was going to be agitated, that would be prior to the crimes, not after. When Ray took the stand, Ingleson established Ray's experience and credibility on a firm foundation. He began by asking Ray's present assignment and duties. I'm a supervisory special agent assigned to the National Center for the Analysis of Violent Crime, and I do crime scene analysis, he answered. Before joining the FBI, I was with the Metropolitan Police Department in Washington, D.C. in 1968, and I served with that department for 13 months. I then relocated to Columbus, Georgia, and served in the police department for just over 10 years, assigned as a criminal investigator, director of patrol services, and training assignments. I volunteered in the United States Army in 1966, spent a tour in Vietnam, and was in the Army for 3 years. Next came the most sensitive area of testimony, and Ingleson knew he had to stay within Judge Buckalew's guidelines. He asked Ray to explain the investigative support unit of the FBI. The 2 men rehearsed both the questions and answers many times, but there was no way to accurately predict the defense's cross-examination. Basically, what we do in the Behavioral Sciences Unit at the National Center is consult with police departments throughout the country, especially when those departments are faced with violent crimes," explained Ray. "What we do is take a look at the crime scene data, which is provided via photograph. We look at all the forensic results, all of the findings of toxicology, and we sort of look at crime scenes from a non-forensic view. We're looking for things like how much emotion might have been expended in a particular crime scene. We base that on the manner that wounds are appreciated on the body. We look for evidence of familiarity with the scene and the victims, and we base that upon how much they controlled the victims and how many defense wounds might be on the victims, and that sort of thing. Actually," he elaborated, "it's really a combination of all the disciplines that we bring to bear. Anthropology, sociology, a little psychology, but most of it is just criminal experience." Ingaldson made it clear that Ray was neither a psychiatrist nor a psychologist. The jury was informed, however, that Ray earned a bachelor's degree from Columbus College in Criminal Justice Administration, a master's in counseling from Georgia State University, and a master's of science in Criminal Justice Administration. Ray also had teaching experience at the university level, running the bachelor's and master's criminal justice program at Troy State University. "I also have teaching experience at the University of Georgia while on an academic leave from the police department in 1975. I taught at the university." Ingaldson made a slight show of looking through his notes before continuing, giving the definite impression that Ray had so much experience that he almost didn't know what to focus on next. "How many cases have you been involved in, both in the United States and Canada, where you consulted in the area of homicides, sexual assaults, and things like that?" Ingaldson asked. "I would say well over 2,000. "And have you actually done some research also, or are you familiar with a book called Sexual Homicides by Ann Burgess?" "Yeah," responded Ray. "I participated in the data collection and the interviewing of sexual homicide people that have been incarcerated." Having built a platform of experience, education, dedication, and accomplishments, Ingaldson then put Ray on an impressive pedestal by drawing attention to the high-profile cases in which he participated, including the Green River Killer investigation in Seattle, Washington, and the successful prosecution of Atlanta, Georgia serial killer Wayne Williams. Ingaldson then moved to the Newman case specifically, eliciting testimony from Ray that he consulted with Agent Don McMullen, along with a number of people from the Anchorage Police Department, shortly after this crime was discovered. "I read an administrative report prepared by our office in Fairbanks," said Ray, "and I've looked at pathologist reports, and I've looked at crime scene photographs and videotape." "Can you give any absolute for sure conclusions what someone is going to do after they commit a crime such as the crime you observed in this case?" asked Ingaldson. "No," Ray answered. Now Ingaldson and Ray were exactly where they wanted to be, poised on the edge of the first FBI behavior-oriented testimony in American legal history. "Of the thousands of cases you've worked on," asked Ingaldson, "have you seen cases involving the degree of violence that you found in this present case, the Kirby Anthony case?" "Yes, I have seen cases like that." "Based on your personal experience in working on these cases and interviews with perpetrators, have you ever found any cases where persons committed a crime of the degree of violence noted in this case, where after the offense the person seemed calm or subdued? Have you ever seen that?" Before Ray could answer, Howard was on his feet. "Your Honor, I have an objection as to foundation before he renders an opinion." "I'll offer him as an expert," said Ingaldson. "Your Honor, I would offer Agent Ray as an expert in the area of behavioral analysis of sexual homicides." "Mr. Ray is so qualified," ruled Buckaloo, and Ingaldson prefaced his question before asking it again. "Agent Ray, I don't want to go into the profile or anything like that. All I want to talk about is, After a crime scene of the nature of this, have you ever seen cases any time where persons act calm, maybe a little depressed or subdued, something like that?" "Well, in looking at this crime scene," answered Ray, "and that's a basis upon which my conclusions would be drawn, yes, it's quite common in cases like this." "Okay, now, from looking at the crime scene, the degree of violence and so forth from a physiological standpoint, is there any type of physiological type of explanation for this?" "I think so," Ray began his response, but Howard's objection cut him off. "Again, Your Honor, I have an objection. This is outside the scope of what the state's purported offer of proof was." The judge agreed with the defense. "I don't believe this witness's expertise is this broad." "Let me ask a few questions, foundational questions, Judge," requested Ingleson, "and I think I'll perhaps allay those fears." Allowed to continue, Ingleson took another approach leading to the same conclusion. "Based on your justice degree and based on your continuing doctoral studies and based on the research conducted for this book on sexual homicides, does that go into expected behaviors and so forth?" "Yes," Ray said. "That's a phase of homicide that we looked at during research." Ingleson, ready to pose a variation on his original question, asked, "Are you able to give an opinion as to some of the reasons why a person might be subdued after—" The prosecutor was cut off as Craig Howard voiced strong objection. "I'm asking if he's able to give an opinion," argued Ingleson. "He's not a behavioral scientist," declared Howard. "I think it is outside the offer of proof." Judge Buckaloo understood exactly what was going on, and he was not amused. "I think we resolved that matter, and this witness's testimony is going to be limited. And," said the judge to Ingleson, "I think you've already covered it." "Well, okay," said Ingleson, not giving up. "I think to allay any of the court's fears, I'm not going into profiles or talking about specific—" Howard, aggravated, was on his feet again and addressing the judge. "Your Honor, I'd ask that any argument be made outside the jury." "I'm not arguing," snapped Ingleson. "Any further statements, any comments," continued Howard. "Anything, any speeches, comments, queries." "All right," interrupted Judge Buckaloo. He then asked Ingleson, "What other questions did you have of the witness? I think he's already testified to the area that I found to be permissible." The whole purpose of Ray's testimony was to establish that in his expert opinion, the person who committed these crimes would appear calm and subdued afterward. Howard did everything he could to keep Ray from saying anything more than his educational credentials and work history. The judge decided to excuse the jury so Ingleson could explain the question and the three men could hear Ray's intended response. "Agent Ray, first of all, have I gone over with you before to limit this so you don't go into profile areas and so forth to limit your answer?" "Yes." Ingleson asked Ray to tell the judge why the offender would be calm after a double rape and triple homicide. "On this crime scene," he explained, "there's evidence of a tremendous amount of physical energy expended, a lot of energy. It would indicate to me that in this crime scene that the individual responsible had already begun to collect himself. And I base that on, among other things, is the attempt to cleanse oneself of—" "I don't want to get into that area," said Ingleson. "I just want to get into the physiological aspect based on the amount of violence that you saw. Avoid going into any other area." Ray understood and said, "In order to control these victims in the manner that he did, and to appreciate the wounds that were there was a lot of energy expended both physically and psychologically. I base that on talking to people that have killed in this manner and having a few fortunate victims who have lived through these kinds of assaults. I guess the point I'm getting at, if someone's expending all this energy and this rage, said Ingaldson, he'd be relaxed, flat effect, no emotion, completed Ray. Having presented both the question and answer, Ingaldson turned to Judge Buckaloo and explained that he didn't want to get into the areas of cleaning up afterward. I guess it would break down into two parts. The first part is the amount of energy that he saw based on the crime scene, and second, the next area I want to go into is basically expending this physical energy. It's not something that is uncommon. Howard, unimpressed, expressed disagreement. In his view, perhaps that much energy wasn't spent in this case. I mean, it's not like there's been fighting all over the place and everything is tipped over, he said. This person is not qualified to render an opinion as to how many calories you burn to do this. I don't think there is a PhD anywhere in this country who can tell you how much psychic energy or psychological energy is spent. Concerning Agent Ray, Howard said, he's a police officer. He doesn't have any background, behavioral experience, and we're allowing him to say their offer of proof was to say that people who kill in sexual homicides are often mellow and spent? Defeated, Ingaldson gave it up, saying, Judge, I'll withdraw that question. I'll withdraw it, and I won't go into that. Howard wasn't done with Ingaldson yet, and requested the court to admonish Mr. Ingaldson to not use the word profile in front of the jury, either consciously or unconsciously. He used the word profile, and that was the whole reason for sending the jury out, so we wouldn't hear the word profile, and he used the word profile. Don't use that word, Buckaloo admonished Ingaldson. All right? Now what? Ingaldson nimbly devised another method of getting Ray's testimony accepted, asking if Ray had seen cases where people after committing these crimes had been calm or subdued. A simple yes or no, true or false question. Ray would answer in the affirmative. And then I'll say, explained Ingaldson, of course that doesn't mean that everyone that's calmed or subdued that people see after that would have committed the crime, right? Right, and that's all I'm going to ask him. Neither Howard nor Buckaloo had any problem with Ingoldson's new approach. Before calling the jury back into the courtroom, the judge had a few questions of his own for Agent Ray. How many days you been up here in Alaska on this case? 15. This is my 15th day. Okay, said Buckaloo. I want him to say a few words anyway. Both lawyers realized that Ray's few words could expand during cross-examination and go into previously out-of-bounds areas. Ingaldson brought the issue to Buckaloo's attention, noting that depending on what Howard asks, these same answers might come up. Well, he's an experienced lawyer, commented the judge. If he walks into a minefield, he's doing it knowingly. All right, are we ready for the jury? He then turned again to Ray, asking, Did you do any fishing or anything? I went camping, and they told bear stories, and I couldn't sleep. It's been very good being here, though. I just kind of lose track of these FBI people, said the judge. They come in, they're here 24 hours, and they're gone. The jury was seated. Ingaldson asked his prearranged questions, and Ray answered with one yes and two no's. After waiting 15 days to offer his historic testimony on post-defense behavior, his statement took less than 20 seconds. Howard approached Ray, launching a cross-examination targeted at undermining Ray's credentials and any relevance or importance of his testimony. Although you may have taken a couple of courses in sociology and psychology, said Howard, your real training is as a police officer, I imagine. Yes, pretty much, Ray agreed. You don't consider yourself a behavioral scientist, do you? Ray paused and thought it was over before answering, Not really. In your younger days, asked Howard, when you were in Vietnam, did you ever stay up all night drinking and carousing? No, not drinking and carousing. I stayed up fighting and watching people. Have you ever been in a situation where you've been up all night drinking, maybe smoked marijuana and tried to stay up the whole day? If I understand your question, responded Ray, I have never been up drinking and smoking marijuana all night. So, concluded Howard, you have no idea from your own experience how you'd react. You don't know whether that could cause you to be mellow or would cause you to be kind of spent. Howard then enumerated several possible behaviors a criminal may display following a sexual homicide, asking Ray if all of these diverse behaviors were possible. So, would it be fair to say, Mr. Ray, asked Howard, that although you have seen in your 2,000 cases where people commit homicides may have a flat effect or be mellow or tired or spent, that there is a whole continuum? Yeah, agreed Ray haltingly. It's just a range of behavior that exists on that continuum that one might expect to find in cases like this. Fortunately for the prosecution, Ingaldson was allowed redirect examination. What I want to focus on, he said, is this particular crime, the crime scene, and the analysis that you did. Would it be surprising or unusual for someone to act with flat effect, more subdued, or seemingly tired or depressed? Would this be unusual? Like I said, I find that response most common. In this type of crime, prompted Ingaldson. Yes. In this case, based on some crime scene stuff, I would think that would be a common response, Ray answered. Okay, let's add one other factor in there, the possibility that this crime was committed by a relative. Would that change your answer that you just gave? No. I didn't hear the response on that last question, spoke up Howard. He said no. Okay, said Howard. No further questions. May Mr. Ray go back to Washington, D.C., Buckaloo asked. He's probably been here long enough to have perfected a homestead. You may step down, Mr. Ray. Have a safe trip. Thank you, Your Honor, replied Ray, but he had no intention of absenting himself from the balance of the trial. While Ray didn't get to say everything he would have liked to, recalled Grimes, his testimony had to have an influence. Even if Ray's testimony was of minimal impact, the historic nature of his appearance on the stand will be acknowledged for decades to come. Agent Ray also had a salutary effect on John Newman when the two went far away from courtroom tensions and prying reporters to the calming beauty of Alaska's pristine wilderness. We began talking a little bit around the edges of his family life, recalled Ray, what it was and what his life had now become. And to watch that 1,000-yard stare in his eyes, I could never forget him or what he went through. He had a need to know what happened to his family in their last moments. I couldn't relate it to him just the way it was. It would have been just too painful. But I certainly understood his need. Even with what's happened to me, I cannot fully imagine what it's like for a man to lose his wife and 2 daughters like that. It finally touched me that the ones who loved these people, who are left here on this earth, have to live with this thing daily. On Monday, May 23, 1988, Bill Ingaldson called the prosecution's final witness, the one with the most intense emotional impact, John Newman. Bill Ryder, Ken Spadafora, Cheryl Chapman, and Judson Ray worked with Newman over the weekend, preparing him for the ordeal. Ray taught Newman muscle-relaxing techniques and lessons in emotional control. Newman got some of his crying done ahead of time because he watched the trial for a good week before he testified, recalled Grimes. We were, of course, concerned because this fellow had a massive amount of grief and anger, and there was the possibility that he could lose it and go after Anthony right there in the courtroom. If the outburst was severe enough, it could cause a mistrial. Spectators filled the third-floor courtroom, and the bereaved John Newman entered wearing a gray Western-cut suit. There had been much speculation concerning Newman's emotional state and if he would be able to make it through questioning without having a breakdown. John Salemi requested that a flip chart easel be placed between Newman and Anthony so the two men would not see each other. The suggestion was rejected. Instead, Ingaldson stepped out from behind the podium to ask his questions so Newman could look at him without accidentally catching a glimpse of Anthony, who was seated only 2 chairs away. Clenching and unclenching his hands, John Newman spoke in a voice taut with emotion. His labored breathing, amplified over the court sound system, added increased tension to the already highly charged courtroom atmosphere. Jurors sat rigid. Spectators cried as the bereaved John Newman answered questions about what kinds of fruit Angie preferred and if Mrs. Newman ever used his keys. "Would Nancy ever lend your camera to someone without checking with you first?" asked Ingaldson. The question triggered convulsive sobs, making it impossible for Newman to continue. He pulled off his glasses and tore the microphone from his lapel before hurriedly exiting. The judge called a brief recess, after which Mr. Newman finished his testimony and answered the question. "Never," Newman replied. "She wouldn't do that." John Newman's first face-to-face encounter with the man who slaughtered his family was far more significant in terms of emotional power than in testimonial value. His appearance on the stand was calculated for impact and to remind jurors of the devastation to this man's life, devastation resultant from Kirby D. Anthony. After his testimony, Newman told the press, "I did it for Nancy and the girls, and I wanted to do it the best I could." The prosecution having rested its case, Salemi and Howard had few options. They could counter many of the theories and evidence presented by the prosecution, offer alternative theories, continue raising doubts concerning time of death and the number of assailants required to kill all 3 members of the Newman family. Kirby Anthony, declared co-counsel of his own defense team in a pretrial motion, appeared increasingly cocky and self-confident. It was as if he were on Entertainment Tonight instead of on trial, and he gave orders to Salemi and Howard as if they were inferior lackeys working in servitude to his superior strategic insight and legal acumen. This was exactly the type of behavior expected of Anthony by Judson Ray because it fit the psychopathic personality. Salemi and Howard had a few things in their favor aside from the mandatory presumption of innocence and their own legal expertise. Included among them were Salemi's theory that the crime took place at night rather than morning, the newness of the scientific approach, the absence of motive beyond crazed lust, and a cleaned-up, spruced-up defendant who was related to the victims. Certain prosecution witnesses could be called for the defense as well, individuals upon whom the attorneys could cast doubt, insinuate impure motives for damning testimony, or challenge the accuracy of their memories. Among them were Debbie Heck and Jody Cornelius. Other defense witnesses included Deborah Dean, Kirk Mullins, Tony Marinelli, and Cynthia Croson. Miss Croson, previously unmentioned in court proceedings, lived in an Anchorage trailer park directly across the street from the Newmans and was a babysitter responsible for 5 children per day. Croson testified for the defense that she babysat Angie Newman in March 1987 at the beginning of the school year until John had gone down to California, and then I had Melissa too. Angie would vary between 50 to 60 hours a week. Croson said she had 3 girls together, including Angie, so basically they would all play together at her residence. Croson had had 2 female cats, and each had 4 kittens. The defense sought confirmation that the cats scratched Angie. Anthony's explanation as to why there would be blood drops on his shoes. He said she liked to clomp around the house in them. Crowson testified that Angie's interaction with the adult felines was kind of rough, so we tried to keep her away from them. But she liked the kittens. She would play a lot with the cats when she had the opportunity. The first time she went to pick one up, she grabbed it by the tail, and she did end up with a scratch on her arm just that one time. On cross-examination, Ingaldson asked, "What type of scratch was this?" "Just a little welt," answered Crowson. "It didn't break the skin." "Did it bleed?" "No," she replied. "No. It just kind of puffed up." That settled that, recalled Grimes. If it didn't break the skin, it sure didn't bleed. Salemi, of course, had a much worse problem than the cat story. There was not one shred of evidence to back up Anthony's alibi for that crucial time period Saturday morning. If Anthony were his own best alibi, he would have to take the stand, a prospect unpleasant to the defense and an opportunity for the prosecution. If Anthony firmly believed he could do himself more good than harm, he would waive his constitutional right against self-incrimination and put himself on the stand. "He won't be able to keep himself off," predicted Cheryl Chapman, and she was absolutely correct. Chapter 15. On Wednesday, May 25, 1988, Kirby D. Anthony, against the best advice of John Salemi, took the witness stand in his own defense. His lawyers strongly urged that he at least exercise extreme caution when answering all questions. There was the danger that he could open the door to otherwise inadmissible information, thus ruining their defense. If Anthony claimed to be a peaceful man who would never hurt anyone, Ingaldson might be allowed to rebut such assertions with information about his Idaho felony conviction for macing an old woman in a wheelchair and the other assault charges in his past. On the stand, Anthony sobbed, cried, and insisted that he had nothing to do with the murders. This was his chance to convince the jury of his innocence, and he was going to play it for all it was worth. Judd Ray, aware of the problems Anthony had been having with his black fellow prisoners, came up with a sly plan. Get Debbie Heck to sit next to him in the courtroom. "My strategy was to get his attention," Ray explained. "And once I got his attention, I began to lean over and whisper things about the trial to her, asking her what she thought of him, and each time I did something like this, I would get closer and closer." Ray put his hand on the back of the bench to make it look as if he were hugging her. His goal was to increase Anthony's on-stand discomfort. Whether this was effective or not is open to debate. For whatever reasons, Anthony appeared a nervous wreck. "Are you feeling a little nervous?" Salemi asked. Anthony wiped tears from his eyes as his lawyer began a series of innocuous questions covering Heck and Anthony's trip to Alaska in 1985, his work experience, job search, the breakup in Dutch Harbor, and why he left the Arctic Enterprise. "I made the decision that I wanted to leave," Anthony explained, "but the employers had asked me to leave. But I had already made a decision to leave. It was difficult, a difficult situation," Anthony said of the breakup, admitting that he was angry, depressed, and hurt, but not overly distraught. "It wasn't easy, but I accepted it." On the topic of leaving the Newman residence after returning from Dutch Harbor, "It was just an uncomfortable tension I felt with myself, and that's why I initiated the move. I didn't want to be a burden on Nancy. I thought that's what I was." Salemi also had Anthony explain why he continued showering at the Newman apartment after moving out. The answer, according to Anthony, was that he didn't want his new roommate, Dan Grant, to get body lice. This was his way of offering a simple explanation for the presence of incriminating evidence on the wash rag found in the Newman bathroom, a wash rag containing his pubic hair and possible traces of his semen. The prosecution team, including investigator Bill Ryder, took copious notes while Anthony spoke. Seemingly making things up as he went along, he testified to things that had never been mentioned previously. For those familiar with Anthony, his performance was, in a strange way, morbidly fascinating. It was as if he believed that he could just talk his way out of this, recalled Bill Ryder. Of course, the cleaned-up, tearful gentleman the jury saw was not the same Kirby Anthony I had to deal with. Then again, Debbie Heck told us that Anthony would always lie to cover his ass. For him, lying is like an addiction. What Ryder perceived as a total disregard for the truth is one symptom of the sociopath, and most certainly the psychopath, an individual whose behavior is characterized by consistently violating the rights of others, engaging in repeated assaults, and manifesting continual dishonesty. According to Dr. Steve Rubin, it's a question of how accurate you want the description to be. We now call sociopath antisocial, but in the next nomenclature there will be psychopath. This is a fraction, 10 to 20% of the criminal population, and it is different. Most were abused or neglected as children, or had role models who were psychopaths. They are egocentric, impulsive, irresponsible, emotionally shallow, lack empathy, guilt, or remorse, are manipulative, and are pathological liars. Although parental neglect and abuse contribute to behavioral problems, including criminal offenses, psychopaths can also come from healthy, stable, loving families, according to Dr. Robert Hare. It's true that some psychopaths were characterized by deprivation and physical abuse in childhood, explained Dr. Hare, but for every adult psychopath with a tragic upbringing, there is another whose family was apparently warm and nurturing, where the other children grew up as normal, conscientious people. Most people who had a horrible childhood do not become psychopaths or killers, said Dr. Rubin, an expert on treating juvenile sex offenders. There are deeper and more elusive explanations for this most dangerous and disturbing condition. Anthony's fellow attendees at the Mullins Friday night party of dice rolling and coke snorting may have also experienced unpleasant upbringings, but they didn't rape and murder anyone Saturday morning. If dice, drugs, videos, or music were the catalysts of this shocking crime, the entire city of Anchorage would have been awash in blood long ago. Appearing clean-cut, meek, and tearful, Kirby Anthony seemed neither dangerous nor disturbing while answering Salemi's questions, accounting for his time and deeds. Testifying under oath, Anthony insisted that on the Thursday prior to the murders, Nancy Newman loaned him John's camera and gave him $20 in change from her coin tin. "I believe I'm the one who reached inside the tin and got it out," offered Anthony. "A lot of people don't know that I had permission to be in that tin can." "Was this loose change or was it rolled up?" asked Salemi, referring to the coins in Newman's tip tin. "Do you remember?" Anthony affirmed that it was all loose change and that Nancy Newman had also allowed him to take some paper for rolling coins. As of March 12, 1987, the Thursday before the homicides, did you still have personal belongings in the Newman apartment? "Yes, I did," responded Anthony. "It was just my little blue duffel bag that had some of my personal hygienes in it." Salemi then asked him if, on the Thursday before the murders, he did anything with respect to his personal belongings at the Newmans' place. "Yes, I did. I retrieved them, a blue duffel bag containing a hair blower, tape measure, some scissors, and some shaving cream, a couple of wash rags possibly." "Do you have any idea," asked Salemi, "what time you might have left Mrs. Newman's apartment on Thursday, March 12th? "It would have been afternoon," stated Anthony with confidence. "The afternoon sometime." This contradicted his original statements to police in which he insisted that he retrieved his bag from the Newmans the prior weekend. Subsequently, Anthony changed his story, insisting that he went to the Newmans on Thursday night. Now, on the stand, he was altering his story once again. Under oath, Anthony also said that on the same Thursday, Matt Mulheron came by his house and saw him rolling the coins he'd recently received from Nancy Newman. "I was putting coins in wrappers," acknowledged Anthony, "the ones that I received from Nancy Newman." On the further topic of John Newman's camera, Anthony claimed that his next-door neighbor, Jess Odell, saw Newman's camera at Anthony's home the Friday before the murders. "He came by several times to collect money," testified Anthony. "I owed him $80 for marijuana that he sold me. He came in the house and asked me if I had any money. At first I told him no, and then he was persistent about it, so I went in and I gave him portions of the coins that I had." "Did Mr. Odell ever see that camera while it was at your house or in your possession?" Salemi asked. "Would it be before or after the homicides?" "It was before. It was Friday," explained Anthony. "When he came into the house, he asked me if I had any money for him, and I told him no. And he was persistent. So I gave him the money that I had, some of it anyway, and he was by the doorway going into the hall, and he seen the camera sitting on my bed, and he asked me what it was, and he followed me into my room, and I just told him it was a camera, and he asked me if he could look at it. It was like he had some interest in it, and I let him pull it out, and he inspected it, and he asked me if it was stolen, and I said no, it's not, and he asked me how much I wanted for it, and I said I can't sell it, it's not even my camera." Salemi then asked his client if on the same day prior to the homicides he went to the bank. "Yes, Friday I went to the bank to get money, because I gave Jess Odell what I had." Under Salemi's guidance, Anthony recounted the Friday night party, his Saturday morning wake-up of Dan Grant, breakfast at Burger King, and his initial difficulty accounting for his Saturday morning activities. Salemi methodically, almost hour by hour, had Anthony account for his exact whereabouts and activities from the Friday night party up to the morning wake-up visit from the Anchorage police. Anthony acknowledged being hungover and confused when first questioned, but insisted he did everything possible to cooperate. "I think you have to understand the pressure I was under at the time," said Anthony. "It was a difficult situation. The police were being very hard at times. I had a lot of thoughts of my family on my mind. It was very difficult. I just couldn't remember everything that was being said, even at times. It was difficult to remember days that I had done things. They started accusing me, saying I had a weak alibi." Anthony readily admitted lying to police during their first interview. Specifically, he explained why he was untruthful concerning drug use at the Friday night party. "I wouldn't classify it as a party," Anthony said. "It was just that I was coming over to visit a friend and other people showed up at the time and we visited during the night. It started out just Jeff and I. Next came Sissy Altman, and then one other gentleman by the name of Mark. Jeff Mullins and I, when I first arrived, we sat around and drank a couple of beers, and I believe we watched TV, and we were sitting on the puff pillow. I was sitting on the puff pillow when Sissy arrived. When she arrived, we started to play dice. The police officers asked me about cocaine. It is illegal, and I didn't want to get anybody in trouble, including myself. It was difficult for me to talk to them about it for the simple fact that I didn't trust them. The way they were approaching me on it, I felt that they may be interested in the people that I had done it with that night. Later, when I learned that the people I was with that night conceded to the police that they had done it, I was off the hook. I didn't have to worry about getting them in trouble." Salemi prompted Anthony for his version of how the police gained possession of John Newman's camera. "I opened all my cupboards for them," recalled Anthony, "and I think Mr. Spatafora asked me if I had anything that's John and Nancy's, and I said, 'This is John and Nancy's,' and I reached up and handed it to Mr. Spatafora." Salemi then asked his client about spending Saturday with Kirk Mullins and Mullins' girlfriend, Deborah Dean, a day filled with multiple loads of laundry. Anthony acknowledged the small stain on his shirt, the result of dog or cat manure. The stain was acquired, he insisted, when he took off his shirt and put it on the floor while he was putting on another dirty shirt before doing laundry. Anthony then testified that he called the Newmans at least 15 times over the course of the day. Salemi asked Anthony to detail his actions Saturday evening, beginning with his return home from the Mullins residence. "I received a couple phone calls," said Anthony. "Jody called me, Jody Cornelius. The purpose of it was so she could get out of the house. It really wasn't a conversation the first time she called. She was like she was talking to somebody else on the phone. I couldn't make sense of it. She was talking, 'Oh, you're going to the dance,' and I'm going, 'What do you mean?' And she goes, 'Oh, I wish I could go.' And I said, 'What are you trying to do, Jody? Are you trying to play a game on your parents?' And she goes, 'Yeah.' And I said, 'Oh, you want to go to the dance and you're not able to get there.' And I say, 'If you can get out, I'll take you wherever you want to go.'" Anthony testified that he already had plans for the evening, a date with Rose Santos. He simply altered his itinerary to first pick up Jody, then Rose, and drop Jody off before proceeding to Kirk and Debbie's house. Neither Salemi nor the jury held any great interest in Anthony's recreational plans for the evening, but Jody Cornelius lived in the same apartment complex as Nancy Newman, babysat for the Newmans, and claimed to have vacuumed Nancy Newman's apartment on Friday. Anthony testified that between 7:30 p.m. and 8 p.m. he pulled his flatbed truck into the parking lot of the Newmans' Ide Street apartment, parking in front of the Newmans' window. He went upstairs to the Cornelius apartment, stayed for about 10 minutes waiting for Jody to get ready, and then accompanied her down the stairs and into the truck. "Since you had been trying to get hold of Mrs. Newman at various times of the day," asked Salemi, "did you try to do anything with respect to continuing to get hold of her once you were at the apartment itself?" "Well, when I first pulled in," Anthony replied, "I realized her car wasn't there, and the lights were out, the curtains were pulled shut. So I came to the assumption that she wasn't there. And then, when I was coming back down from Jody Cornelius's apartment, I figured that maybe there was a possibility Nancy had pulled in while I was upstairs, and I didn't hear her car because it was a fairly quiet car. And normally what I would do is just, if I was going into Nancy's apartment, was just knock on the door to announce myself and check the handle. If it was unlocked, then I would open it and go in. If it wasn't, then I would just wait for somebody to come to the door." Anthony further asserted that Jody Cornelius had no intention of attending a dance. Her actual destination was some fellow's house in another part of town. When the two went to pick up Rose Santos, the woman pleaded exhaustion and canceled her date with Anthony. From there, the two drove to Cornelius's friend's house on DeArmond Road. Dropping her off, he told Jody to call him if she needed a ride. Had Cornelius depended upon Anthony, she would have been seriously disappointed. Canceling the pre-planned get-together with Mullins, he and Dan Grant went to Chilkoot Charlie's for dancing, drinking, and socializing. When it closed at 3:30 a.m., Grant and Anthony went home and went to bed. Salemi then turned attention to Anthony's alleged flight for the border and his relationship with the police. "Did you ever discuss with them," he asked, "your plans with respect to either staying or leaving, staying in or leaving Alaska?" "I told them all the time that I wanted to leave," insisted Anthony. "I told the officers fairly early in the investigation that I was wishing to leave. I was accused of not cooperating with them, but I stayed. I did everything possibly I could, and then some. When I finally became tired of it, I almost insisted that I was leaving. I told them that I was leaving and where I was going. Mr. Ryder was being evasive to me, and I knew that, and I knew why. I wanted my clothes, and I wanted to leave. Mr. Ryder thought I did this. He wanted to arrest me. It wasn't something that I wasn't aware of because I was. But yet I contacted them, and I made arrangements to go down and to talk to him about evidence that they say they had coming in, or they had come in." evidence that we had discussed prior to this. I'd called him one morning early, and I had told him that I wanted to leave. I told him that I would be leaving. I didn't know if I would be leaving off the top of my head, when it would be, but I wanted to leave. I said I might stay around until Debbie got back off the boat. Ryder told me to call him, so I did. We made arrangements to meet each other at 2:30 that day. First, I told him that I wasn't coming down. I was tired of it, and he talked me into coming down. I called and left a message that I would be working on a friend's truck, and I told them exactly where I would be. I said I'd be on the same side of the street I lived on, about 5 houses down. I'd be happy to talk with them, and I seen officers drive by a couple times, but nobody ever stopped. In my mind, it wasn't too major. If they told me they wanted to talk to me so bad, but yet they knew where I was and they drove by, but they didn't stop. Salemi made it clear that his client didn't take off suddenly in the middle of the night, that his flatbed truck was not in some secret place, that he didn't try to make airline reservations under a false name or any other clandestine activity. Through questioning, Salemi brought out that Anthony prepared for his trip by securing $300 and 2 gas credit cards from his mother in Idaho, and that he said goodbye to at least some of his friends before leaving, only excluding Tony Marinelli, to whom he owed money. "I went to Kirk and Debbie's house," stated Anthony. "I stopped by Jeff's. He didn't answer his door. He was a friend of mine. I did want to say goodbye. It's not my fault he didn't answer his door. The only person who didn't know I was leaving was Tony Marinelli, and I concede that there was no conversation with Tony about me leaving. That doesn't mean I wouldn't pay him. I visited with Kirk and Debbie for approximately an hour, maybe before I actually did leave town," Anthony elaborated. "But before I did, I stopped and I had a tire changed. I changed my left front tire, and that's because I had been out with my 4-wheel drive. Some of the tread came off my tire and it wasn't able to make the trip. So I obtained a tire, and it's called a LT15, a fairly large tire. And that morning I stopped and changed the tire on my truck, and I helped the man do that. And that's how some of my clothes became dirty at that point. Then I proceeded out of town. I thought it was going to be a pretty nice trip. It was when I came up, and I figured it would be going down. Well, I got to the border, and it didn't turn out that it was going to be a nice trip at all. I was turned around by the Canadian police because they said I had a suspended license. I couldn't believe what they were saying." Following his arrest, Anthony wrote copious letters to several people discussing the case in detail. Salemi asked him why he sent letters such as those and why he speculated in writing about specific aspects of the case. "Basically because of the fact that everybody was being told that I was guilty," he answered, "that I had done it, even my mother, and I wanted them to know everything as it was for facts instead of opinions and misrepresentations. Nor is there any indication in anything I've ever written about my guilt, because I am not guilty." At last, Salemi asked the core questions. Did you sexually assault Nancy Newman and Melissa Newman? Did you murder your Aunt Nancy or your cousins Melissa or Angie? Were you ever in the Newman apartment on either Friday, March 13th, 1987, or Saturday, March 14th, 1987? Kirby D. Anthony answered no to all of the above. Salemi had no further questions. Kirby D. Anthony not only had a problem keeping his mouth shut in court, he was equally expressive behind bars. During his overnight stays in jail, Anthony confessed to fellow inmate Keith Hayes that he killed Walter Napagack. One of Detective Spatafora's calculated insults served as catalyst. "I would say things on purpose to get a rise out of him," said Spatafora. "I would ask him how it felt to kill a 2-year-old and other similar offensive remarks. None of those comments elicited any response, no show of anger, nothing. Then one day, I got on the topic of Walter Napagack and the unsolved car wash murder, how it was obviously a sex-related homicide. Anthony was in the back seat with Ryder and I was driving. I looked at Anthony in the rearview mirror and said, "So tell me, how was it getting a blowjob from a faggot?" He knew immediately what I was talking about, and he just turned crimson with anger. With all his Mr. Macho posturing, he couldn't stand anyone thinking or knowing he'd had sex with Walter. Being called gay was worse to him than being called baby killer. Back in the Cook Inlet pretrial facility, Anthony immediately told his cellmate, Keith Hayes, that the police got the car wash murder all wrong. It absolutely was not sex-related. Anthony gave Hayes, also a sexual offender, an earful of gory details about how he killed Napagack and dumped the body, said Spatafora. And he told Hayes that it was about drugs, not sex. Hayes called the police and said, "I have some information." We, in turn, referred him to Bill Ingaldson. Once we talked to him, recalled Ingaldson, he told us not as much information about the Newman murders, but about several conversations he had with Kirby Anthony about the murder at the car wash. According to Hayes, Anthony said he beat Napagack to death with a welding torch, cleaned up the blood using the car wash equipment, put the battered corpse in a wheelbarrow, pushed it to a nearby lot, and dumped it. The wheelbarrow left a telltale single track in the snow. The case against Anthony in the Napagack murder was strong enough to take to trial, said Grimes. There was a 90% match to Anthony on hair samples found and saved from Napagack's body. Of course, if he was going to be found guilty in the Newman homicides, there was no reason to go through a trial in the Napagack case. Ingaldson, however, could certainly bring it up during the sentencing phase if the jury brought back guilty verdicts. Anthony also mentioned the car wash murder to his brother in Twin Falls and one of his buddies from back home. Neither, according to Grimes, was favorably impressed. I also strongly suspect that Anthony murdered a weak, sickly young native girl named Donna Steve, Grimes said. Her body was found in the Echo Lake area, and it had been out there about a month before we found her. She frequented the same part of town, 4th Avenue, the Hub Bar, as Walter Napagack. She was sexually violated and also found stripped from the waist down like Napagack and the Newmans. She was tied in almost a torture tie. She was very unhealthy to begin with. The poor girl only had one lung. We don't know for sure if she was strangled, but she was tied up with what looked like parachute cord. She actually may have died from compression suffocation. She was so frail that when he tied her up, her elbows touched each other. If Anthony did this, which I believe is most likely, it fits in with his history of violent crimes against the weak. There were some hairs found on her body, and once we had Anthony's samples, we had the crime lab take a look. What we got back from them essentially said that while they were markedly similar to Anthony's, they were too decomposed to say for sure. We couldn't prove Anthony murdered Donna Steve, but I have a very strong personal suspicion that Anthony was involved in her death. Chapter 16. Following his May 25th testimony, court recessed. Anthony and his lawyers adjourned to an anteroom for consultation. Emerging 10 minutes later, the lawyers approached the bench. Salemi whispered to Ingaldson, "I can't keep this guy off the stand." For Bill Ingaldson, having Kirby Anthony on the witness stand was an answered prayer, a marvelous opportunity, and, if all went well, a defining moment for the prosecution. In preparation for the cross-examination, Ingaldson consulted at length with Judd Ray and the FBI's experts at Quantico. They advised him to find something for the defendant to touch or handle, something insignificant to an innocent person, but significant if one were guilty. Ingaldson had the perfect object: John Newman's camera. Ingoldson's plan was to start off slowly, keep his distance, and not be aggressive. I want Anthony's confidence to keep rising, Ingaldson told Ryder. I want him to think he's winning. Little by little, Ingaldson intended to move in closer and closer, gradually becoming intrusive and focusing on Anthony's inconsistencies. Ingaldson began almost blandly, asking about how it was that Heck and he came to live with the Newmans. This was Nancy's suggestion that you move in with her? Well, I went over to her house, Anthony explained, and we were just sitting and talking. I had told her that this man I was staying with, Jeff Mullins, had a lot of people in and out of his house and was doing cocaine. And she said, well, you ought to stay here. More or less a motherly type figure, that she wanted me away from him. Ingaldson prompted the defendant for details of his loan arrangement with Tony Marinelli, the man from whom he was buying his truck. It was legally done, said Anthony, but it was fairly informal. About a week and a half before I was even supposed to make the first payment to him, I told him beforehand that I didn't think I'd be able to, for him to come get the truck. And he says no. He says, I'll work with you on this. Was part of the agreement that you could leave the state with the truck without paying for it? Asked Ingaldson. There was no discussion about it, no, stated Anthony. With no transitional remarks, Ingaldson then asked Anthony about his love of photography. Let's talk a little bit about your interest in cameras and interest in taking pictures. You say that after you got to Anchorage, you took hundreds of pictures and you have a real interest in taking pictures. Yes, we have a stack of pictures, said Anthony, who also characterized himself as a camera fanatic. Being the camera fanatic that you are, can you explain to me why you didn't want to take your camera with you on the boat? Well, sir, answered Anthony, it was a combination between Debbie's and my decision to put them in storage. As a matter of fact, I think we had an argument about it. He explained to Ingaldson that his cameras were placed in storage prior to moving in with the Newmans and before he and Heck went out on the boat. So you didn't have your camera with you to take some pictures over the Christmas holiday. We talked about it and we kind of told each other it was stupid, that we should have, but we didn't, acknowledged Anthony. Ingaldson paused for a moment, then stepped slightly closer. That one camera is pretty kind of an automatic 35mm automatic flash and everything, isn't it? And it's pretty compact, wouldn't you say? Now, you had never been out to the Aleutian chain before, had you, when you went out fishing? And didn't you say that you thought that would be kind of an adventure, and it would be kind of nice to take some pictures to commemorate that event, wouldn't it? Anthony, anticipating where Ingaldson was headed, cut him off at the theoretical pass by answering, That's why we borrowed a camera while we were out there. One of those that develops the picture right in the camera, a Polaroid. Ingaldson turned the topic back to one specific camera. He asked for Anthony to clarify once again exactly when and why he asked Nancy Newman to loan him John's new 35mm camera. If I'd had my cameras, he said, I probably wouldn't have borrowed it. But since I didn't have my camera, the interest I had would have drawn me to that camera because of the telephonic lens. He meant telephoto lens, but Ingaldson carefully avoided correcting him. Basically, I wanted to go four-wheeling, and I wanted to go with Kirk and Jeff, Anthony continued. We had priorly discussed going to Alyeska, and it never came through, but there were lots of times that we were four-wheeling with our trucks, myself and our friends, and I wanted to take some pictures, and I would like to have sent some to Debbie, said Anthony, adding that Nancy came over to his house on the Wednesday prior to the murders. I believe it was Wednesday morning when she came to the house because she was interested in what we were doing that morning, and I said I was going to Alyeska. Ingaldson reminded Anthony that one reason given for borrowing the camera was to take pictures down the highway to Alyeska. Why, then, did Anthony not borrow the camera that Wednesday morning? Oh, Anthony promptly explained. That was for the weekend that we were going to go back. We had discussed it, but it didn't work out. Anthony insisted that Nancy Newman loaned him John's camera the very next day, Thursday, March 12th. Ingleson then produced Exhibit 69, John Newman's 35mm camera, asking, "When you take pictures with this camera, what do you have to do? How do you work it?" "You just push the button right here if it's loaded," Anthony answered. "And it loads the film?" "It automatically loads it, yes." "How about this?" Ingleson toyed with an attachment. "I don't know," admitted Anthony. "I've never used it before." Ingleson moved in closer. Anthony became increasingly nervous. "Does this have an aperture on it?" asked the prosecutor. "It's basically your film right here that's basically what you want to, for your light adjustment and such, and this right here is for the atmosphere, which is the sun and the clouds, and basically close-up." "Do you know what an aperture is or what it means?" "No, not really," confessed Anthony, who also admitted not knowing the meaning of an f-stop. Ingleson handed Anthony the camera, asking him to demonstrate how to take pictures with it. "Well," Anthony stumbled, "John basically just showed me one time, and I think he showed me how to adjust this here to get really close. He was experimenting with me, showing me that he could get really close, and that's what drew my attention to this, because our trucks are usually in the distance when you're four-wheeling, and you can't get a good shot, and I have some pictures of that." Ingleson interrupted him, pressing him harder for a demonstration. "Why don't you tell me, with that camera, if you had a roll of film, what you'd have to do, what settings you'd have to make, and how you would use it?" Anthony held the camera with trembling hands and said softly, "I wouldn't know how to adjust these. What I would assume would—" "What are you pointing to?" asked Ingleson pointedly. "These adjustments here, what I would assume, what are those?" "I don't know. I would assume that John would have had these set to where it would take a picture fairly clear." "With any type of film?" Ingleson asked. No. I would judge the film by what kind of atmosphere that day." Ingleson was now leaning right into him, pointing and playing with the camera. "Do you know what this is? These different knobs are here?" You just go like this, and you can distance if you get your close-up and focus, and I believe this, you close focus here, and then this." Ingleson began turning a knob that made a clicking sound. "What's that clicking?" "There's some numbers on it, 22, 16, 11, and this thing here on the left of it, it has ASA and some different numbers. Do you know what that is?" Anthony didn't know, but offered that no doubt John Newman had the control set to where it would take a fairly decent picture. Ingleson sighed, backed off, and asked another question. "Mr. Anthony, isn't the truth of the matter then is you don't know anything at all about this camera?" "Yes, I do," objected Anthony. "Somewhat, but not all, no." "And you have no idea how to take a picture with that camera," asserted Ingleson. "If you want to put film in it right now, Mr. Ingleson, and develop it, I'd almost guarantee you that I could take a picture with it." "Well, maybe we'll do that next," said Ingleson. "I hope you do," countered Anthony testily. "So," summarized Ingleson, "instead of getting your own cameras, you'd borrow a camera that you know nothing about, don't know how to work it or anything. Is that what you're—" "No," Anthony interrupted. I knew a limited amount about it, but I believed I could take a picture, and I still do, and if you want to put film in it, I'll show you." "You testified, or at least implied," said Ingaldson, "that you got along fairly well with John Newman, had respect for his family and his wishes and his desires and things like that." I have a lot of respect for John," concurred Anthony. "And you knew John wouldn't want people to borrow that camera, is that right?" "He was very possessive with them, yes." "But you would kind of go behind his back and—" "No," insisted Anthony. "I didn't go behind his back. Nancy is the one who said, 'Don't tell John, he'll have a shit fit.'" "Well, if Nancy did say that," countered Ingaldson, "wouldn't that make you hesitate a little bit to borrow John's camera?" Had Ingaldson scripted Anthony's response, it couldn't have been more damaging for the defense. "No," answered Kirby Anthony sharply. "It's her marriage." Ingaldson took away the camera and switched to the topics of pubic lice and Anthony's insistence that he continued showering at the Newman residence even after moving out. "When did you get this pubic lice, do you think?" "I contracted them from Brian Richardson," said Anthony. Ingaldson did not request clarification regarding the means of contraction. "That would have been in November 1986. Anthony further stated that he didn't think he had the lice non-stop through March because he had been treating it. He did acknowledge infestation after he got off the boat. "You heard Debbie Heck testify, didn't you? And you heard her say that she never got pubic lice, didn't you?" "She had them, and the reason she was lying about that?" Ingaldson interrupted harshly. "No, she wasn't aware of it. I didn't want her to be embarrassed by it, and that's why I placed Rid in the shampoo, and I was successful in ridding her of it. If she doesn't have them, then I guess it was successful, wasn't it?" Ingaldson handed Anthony Plaintiff's Exhibit number 142, a bottle of Rid, and asked him to read the directions. "Shake well, apply undiluted Rid to dry hair and scalp or any other infested areas, and wet entirely," read Anthony. "Do not use on eyelashes or eyebrows. Allow Rid to remain on area for 10 minutes but no longer. Dead lice and eggs should be removed with special comb provided. Retreatment. Repeat in 7 to 10 days. Do not exceed 2 consecutive applications within 24 hours. Ingaldson took the bottle back from Anthony and looked at the label. "It says apply undiluted, doesn't it?" "Yes, it does," acknowledged Anthony. "I guess it just happened to work on Debbie Heck mixed in with the shampoo?" "Well," insisted Anthony, "there's no other explanation as to how she was free of them." "Unless she never had them," Ingaldson countered. "She had them," said Anthony forcefully. Ingaldson reminded Anthony that Heck went to the doctor for treatment of a vaginal infection. Anthony reminded the prosecutor that Heck never went to the doctor to have the lice checked. "Why wouldn't this doctor notice it?" queried Ingaldson. "Well," answered Anthony confidently, "I don't know if the doctor normally gets that close to look." "Could you explain to me," asked Ingaldson, "why you'd be so concerned about Dan Grant getting pubic lice, but you wouldn't be concerned about your aunt and your 2 cousins getting pubic lice?" "I was taking very extreme cautions at the house. I was cleaning myself with that stuff quite often to ensure I didn't have it," Anthony explained. He described how he always used his own towels and washcloths as an extra measure of protection for Nancy and the children, then added, "I didn't want to use Dan Grant's shower because it was filthy until I cleaned it." "When did you clean it?" "I think a few days after I moved in." "And you didn't want him to get pubic lice," Ingaldson reminded Anthony. "Yeah, that was part of it. I wasn't sure if I was rid of them or not." "Do you remember from the time of the murders Back when the most recent time you'd taken a shower at Nancy's was. I think it would have been the weekend before, March 7th or 8th, that weekend. Ingleson circled for the kill, asking, "When is the first time you took a shower at Dan's house?" "After I moved in, after I cleaned the shower." Anthony had just testified that he moved into Grant's during the first 3 days of March, a full week before his supposed shower at the Newmans. So this thing about the shower being dirty had nothing to do with where you take a shower, right? "Well, yes, it did," said Anthony, "because if it was cleaned, I would have gotten into it more than likely, but I didn't care to because it was really filthy." "Up until the murders, how many times did you take showers at Dan's house?" "After I cleaned it, probably every day." "But you'd still go over to Nancy's and take showers now and then?" asked Ingleson. "No, that was after I cleaned it. I stopped going to Nancy's after I cleaned it, I believe." March 7th or 8th is after March 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, isn't it? "That's what I'm saying," sputtered an exasperated Anthony. I was clarifying that it could have been the weekend. It could have been Friday or Saturday or the day she was off." "I'm getting a little confused," said Ingleson patiently. "I thought you took showers at Nancy's anyway. You kept on taking them there, and now you're saying that, well, that's not quite true?" "No, I'm not saying that," countered the flustered Anthony. "So," clarified Ingleson, contrasting Anthony's previous assertion that the reason he showered at Nancy's was to avoid giving lice to Grant with his new explanation of Grant's shower being too dirty to use. Giving pubic lice to Dan Grant now isn't the reason, after all? Anthony, thoroughly confused, attempted explaining the inconsistency between his two statements, but Ingleson was already advancing toward his primary point of concern. "The washcloth found in the bathroom sink, it had a pubic hair that Agent Diedrich said he matched as having the same characteristics as yours that had pubic lice on it, did he not? Do you have any reason to doubt that that's your pubic hair?" "No, I do not," said Anthony. "I guess you weren't being that careful with that washcloth," offered Ingleson, referring to Anthony's insistence upon very extreme cautions. "I don't know why it would still be left in there," responded Anthony. Ingleson, turning to transcripts of the defendant's police interviews, pointed out that Anthony previously told investigators that his pubic hairs might be on that washcloth because he used those washcloths all the time. Everyone would use the same washcloths, according to Anthony, and Nancy would leave the washcloth in the shower. He told police that he probably used it the weekend before. For some unknown reason, the washcloth with his pubic hair on it was wadded up in the sink. "I guess you just screwed up this time and forgot to take that one and wash it," said Ingleson dryly. "Were you pretty careful about the sheets on Melissa's bed, too, about the pubic lice?" "I believe that the sheets I was sleeping in was the same ones the whole period of time that I was there." "And when you moved out, I imagine with this great concern that you took those sheets and immediately washed them so Melissa wouldn't get body lice." "No, I did not," admitted Anthony. "I went in there and shook them off, I believe, or I wiped them, brushed them off, I believe is what I had done." "You brushed them off?" "I could have, yes." "Well, tell me how you brushed them off." "I don't know. I said I might have, and if I had of." "You don't remember if you did?" "No, I don't." "But you didn't bother washing those like you did the washcloths or towels, right?" "No. But I was concerned about it because when I came back into the house, I seen that I believed that they were the same sheets, and that's what I told the police officers, that I felt that they were the same sheets." "Why did you think they were the same sheets?" asked Ingleson. "Because of the color and the smell of them." "Are you pretty good at telling the difference between sheets by their smell?" Again, Anthony's inability to make sense undermined his credibility. Ingaldson then tied Anthony in another verbal knot concerning his knowledge of who was stabbed and who was assaulted, and his precognitive telephone statements to Carol Hawkins. "Of course, at this point in time," Anthony confirmed, "I wouldn't have any knowledge of that. I do know what I did tell Mrs. Hawkins. I don't believe an officer is going to ask you for your pubic hairs just to do it, nor do I believe they're going to ask you if you own a knife just to do it. And I did tell Mrs. Hawkins that I believed that is what happened. She subsequently the next day became informed by newspapers in her hometown in Twin Falls, Idaho, that somebody indeed was sexually assaulted and somebody was stabbed." "All that you heard was that one of them had been sexually assaulted, right?" asked Ingaldson. "I don't know," responded Anthony tentatively. "I think I had finally been told that both of them had. At some point in time somewhere, I think I had." "By who?" "I don't know. There was just too many people talking about it." "Well, were you told who was sexually assaulted?" "Excuse me?" Anthony had trouble comprehending the direct question. Ingaldson simply repeated the question, and Anthony hedged his answer of no by adding, "But it's not hard to figure out. If Angie's the one who is stabbed, that only leaves two to be sexually assaulted." "You mean someone can't be sexually assaulted and stabbed?" "Well, that's what I'm saying, is that I drew the conclusion that it was the other two because if Angie was stabbed and somebody said that's all that happened to her, that's what I would have concluded." Ingaldson was moving closer now, his physical proximity matching the uncomfortable closeness of his inquiry. "Oh, someone told you that's all that happened to her? And someone told you that the other two had been sexually assaulted?" Anthony quickly began backpedaling, stammering out, "I didn't say I was told. I said I think I came from the information that I think I obtained from somebody else that there were two of them that was sexually assaulted, and I came to the conclusion it was Nancy and Missy because I'd already been told that Angie had her throat cut." "Who told you about two people being sexually assaulted?" Ingaldson asked again. "I think it was somebody in Twin Falls, Idaho, or maybe even my mother. I'm not sure." Ingoldson's incredulity was undisguised. "Your mother maybe told you that?" "I don't know," answered Anthony. "It could have been any number of people that I had contact with." Ingaldson ignored the response and followed up his original question. "Do you know how your mother would have known something like this?" Amazingly, Anthony ignored his previous response as well, stating he heard details from the family after the funerals had happened, newspaper clippings from the people down in Twin Falls. "From the Twin Falls newspaper clippings," prompted Ingaldson. "Could be. I don't know," Anthony mumbled. "Okay," said Ingaldson. "Did you know anything else?" "I think that was just about it," Anthony answered. "The only reason why I drew conclusions that they were raped is because you guys were asking me for hairs, and I drew conclusions that somebody was stabbed because you asked me about knives." "Okay," said Ingaldson thoughtfully. "Let me see if I can summarize what you said you knew at the time." "It's not that I know," interrupted Anthony. "I assumed." "Assumed that Angie had been stabbed? When you got off the plane from Fairbanks after being arrested, did you know how she was cut?" "No," clarified Anthony. "I didn't assume. I knew then. I knew she had her throat cut. My mother told me before I left Anchorage." "And that the other two had been strangled," Ingaldson added. He also prompted contradictory testimony from Anthony about his leaking tire. He now claimed 2 such tires instead of 1, and requested commentary on the lie he told at the car wash about his mother's death. In Anthony's version, the deception which bothered him not in the least, took place 7 days out of sync with Comerford's testimony. The prosecutor was about to launch another attack when his notes slipped to the floor. "When my notes fell, they kind of got mixed up in order a little bit," said Ingleson to Judge Buckaloo. "You got a big handful of notes," agreed the judge. "Why don't we let the jury go for Memorial Day weekend?" Buckaloo then gave the jury instructions. "I want to admonish you, ladies and gentlemen, no newspapers, no TV news, no radio broadcasts, no discussions on this case with anyone, among yourselves or anybody else. I want you all to have a good Memorial Day and a safe Memorial Day, and we'll start at 8:30. It will be Tuesday morning, won't it?" As the jury filed out, Ingleson raised another issue regarding Newman's camera, saying, "I got a roll of film from Investigator Spatafora, and I was wondering maybe if we could have Mr. Anthony take a couple shots with the camera, and over the weekend I could have it developed." Salemi objected, and the judge didn't understand what Ingleson wanted. "Well, he mentioned if I got a roll of film," Ingleson explained, "he'd be able to show me how to use that camera. Maybe I could just have him take a couple of pictures with it and have it developed over the weekend. I'm sure otherwise, maybe he'll read up a little over the weekend, but it might lose its effect, but..." "That was just some kind of thing he volunteered or you asked him about," said the judge, "and he said it before he consulted with counsel." "I would object to what Mr. Ingleson has requested, Your Honor," interjected Salemi. "I'm not going to talk to my client about whether he knows how to operate that camera, nor will I instruct him. I'm not sure I know how to operate it, but I don't think this would be an appropriate time to conduct that kind of experiment." When court reconvened the following Tuesday, Kirby Anthony returned to the witness stand. Under oath, Anthony speculated that there wasn't time for him to do all the things he did on Saturday, March 14, 1987, plus rape and strangle Nancy and Melissa Newman, and cut Angie Newman's throat. "The murders probably took an hour and 25 minutes, he estimated. "There's 3 people. I only have 2 hands." Ingleson read aloud from letters Anthony wrote to friends and family after his arrest. As Ingleson read, Anthony sobbed. In a letter to his parents, Kirby Anthony detailed how long it would take him to commit the rapes and murders. "Raping Nancy Newman twice and strangling her could take as long as 15 minutes, he said. He told Ingleson he lengthened his estimate from 4 minutes after learning that Nancy Newman had been raped more than once. Cutting Angie Newman's throat would have taken 1 minute, while tying up Melissa 8, and raping her would have taken about 10 minutes, and whoever did it wouldn't walk in and just start killing, according to Anthony. If I did this, I would have had to come in and talk a while. Anthony told the jury his estimates were based on using common sense as to what it would take to do everything that was done to the victims. The killer then had to clean up, find something in which to carry Nancy Newman's missing purse, plus all the loose change from her tip tin, he theorized in the letter. "I wouldn't be caught carrying a purse out in broad daylight," he wrote. According to Anthony's account of things, less than an hour of his time that Saturday morning was unaccounted for, but there was only his word for his activities between 8:45 and 10:30. Grimes and the other police officers in the courtroom were not buying Anthony's new version of Saturday morning's events, and neither was Ingleson. "What you're saying now, Mr. Anthony, isn't really the truth, is it?" insisted Ingleson. "Isn't it true that you're trying to fill up that time period from 8:45 to 10:30? Anthony insisted he was telling the truth, and then added to his Saturday memories an extensive phone conversation with Tony Marinelli, the man from whom he was buying his truck. "I called and asked for his answering service number from his mother because I couldn't reach him," Anthony testified. Marinelli, according to Anthony, returned the call from work. Tony Marinelli, however, did not work that Saturday, and there was no record of the phone calls ever taking place. Ingleson then quoted from Anthony's post-arrest letters that he would break Jeff Mullen's nose. Another missive contained rants against his uncle, John Newman. If Newman believed Anthony was guilty, he could, in Anthony's words, just kiss my ass. Anthony also composed unpleasant comments regarding Paul Chapman, noting that Chapman is going to think he's in hell when I see that fat son of a bitch. The letter-writing Kirby Anthony was different from the weepy lad on the witness stand. The newly revealed demeanor more closely resembled the one known to police. Ingleson didn't let him get away with anything on the stand, recalled Spatafora. When Anthony claimed not to have said something to us during our interviews, or when he accused Ingleson of misrepresenting his words, Ingleson would play back the actual tape-recorded statements, proving that Anthony was lying one way or another. Anthony explained away the apparent discrepancies in his stories by saying the police insisted that he guess at things. In front of the jury, Ingleson told Anthony he had made slips. Once, in a letter home, he referred to the Newman door as being bolted on the day of the murder, a fact he couldn't have known if he hadn't been there. Anthony said he learned that bit of information from Ryder and Spatafora. "They initiated that information to me," he said. "The police are trying to insinuate that I have been saying things to people that only the killer would know. There were a lot of things that were said by the police officers that would have given a lot of people ideas, information that was leaked out through the officers that other people could have grasped. And there were people that I talked to that I'd get information from. I kept asking the police a lot of questions, but they wouldn't tell me a whole lot, but I drew a lot of conclusions from them." Ingleson also challenged Anthony's newly offered explanation for several rolls of coins he was seen spending in the week after the killings. He said he went to the Newman apartment on Thursday, 2 days before the murders, and Nancy let him take a bunch of loose silver from her tip box. This was the same Thursday that Nancy Newman supposedly loaned him John's camera. It was during this same visit, according to Anthony, that he was in every bedroom in the apartment for one reason or another. The longer Anthony stayed in the witness box, the less credible was his alibi. Ingleson, having dissected Anthony's excuses and explanations, had no further questions. When Kirby D. Anthony stepped down, the defense rested. Chapter 17. Ladies and gentlemen, I guess after the last 2 months, maybe one piece of good news is the trial is coming to an end. With these words, the prosecutor, Bill Ingleson, began his remarks. Right now, what I want to do first is remind you that at the very beginning, when we gave opening statements, I told you one of the things that Kirby Anthony said. He said to investigator Ryder, "I didn't screw up, Bill. I didn't screw up." Also, when he was presented with a bunch of the evidence against him, he said, "Okay, you've got the evidence, now show how I did it." Well, maybe Kirby Anthony didn't screw up, ladies and gentlemen, but he certainly left plenty of evidence behind. And certainly in his comments, his statements that he made, we can see a lot of these slip-ups. I've presented evidence to you in a lot of different forms, and I'm going to go through these. They deal with not only his mental state at the time, but the physical evidence at the scene. The entrance and exit, noise made, and the time of day that this occurred, to show that this wasn't any stranger who did this. The things that were missing, the camera, the coins. Evidence about the gloves, Kirk Mullen's white shirt, the explanations he gave the last several days in court, his alibis, the time of death and how they fit in with the alibis. Some of these I characterize as slip-ups, some of the things that he knew about that he wouldn't have known if he didn't do this, things that he told people, some of the excuses that he gave that you all heard. The forensic evidence, cigarettes, blood and semen, hair evidence, fiber evidence, fingerprints, shoe prints. I'm going to talk about the flight, leaving, why he left, And finally, a little bit about one of the comments he made. One of the first pieces of evidence that you saw. A portion of a letter to Debbie Heck. I'm going to show you evidence, ladies and gentlemen, and ask you to put all this evidence together to show not just beyond a reasonable doubt, but beyond all doubt, that Kirby Anthony is the one who committed these murders. When he said to investigator Ryder, "Show me how I did it," not only did he show us that he did do it, he did show us how he did it. Now, that's not an element to be proved, how he did it, but sometimes it helps in understanding the evidence. What happened that night of Friday the 13th and the murders of Saturday morning the 14th? Friday night, we know Kirby Anthony was out partying. We know a little bit about his mental condition. He was doing cocaine, and in one of his letters to Kirk Mullins, he said he'd done as much as 2 grams of cocaine all by himself. What happened that next morning when he came over to Nancy Newman's house? He came over, and the kids were up. Angie had eaten. I don't know where she was, maybe watching TV or something. Melissa was at the table, had just started eating. Nancy's at the table. Already smoked 3, maybe she's on her 4th cigarette, and was drinking coffee. He came in. We know the car was gone. We know he's come to that house before and gotten change. He was probably coming to get money again. We know he came in. And an argument ensued. Perhaps it was when he got into the kitchen, but we know that the kids were sent back into their rooms. What's a reasonable explanation? Nancy Newman, when an argument starts to ensue, is going to tell the kids, "Go to your room," probably because she doesn't want to have the argument in front of them. Well, Kirby gets Nancy Newman back into her bedroom, and that's when the sexual assault begins. He begins to choke her. We know that he got a pair of green gloves, and a pair of green gloves were used. She's strangled. She's moved on different parts of the bed. We see fecal matter on the end of the bed here. We know she's been sexually assaulted upon finding signs of semen. Ingaldson acknowledged that none of Anthony's pubic hairs were found on or near Nancy Newman, but pointed out that no unknown pubic hairs were found in Mrs. Newman's bedroom. If he's sexually assaulting her and just unzips his pants, his hairs probably aren't even exposed to her, and there weren't anyone's hairs there on her body. But we did find one of his head hairs on the top sheet. How did his head hairs happen to get on her top sheet? What happened to her? Nancy Newman is sexually assaulted. She has a bowel movement. Kirby Anthony gets feces on him during the sexual assault. The wash rag found in the bathroom has brown matter on it, and you can look at it yourself, and you can smell it if you care to. It's feces, ladies and gentlemen. It's from Nancy Newman. His pubic hair's in there, and why is that? He's sexually assaulting her, he unzips his pants, and look at that shirt, that white shirt he's wearing. And you all saw it. It's one of these Mexican kind of style shirts that hangs out. Not the type you tuck in. And that's when he got the feces on him. And he went into the bedroom, he took his gloves off because he's not going to wash with the gloves on, set them on the dresser, went into the bathroom and started washing himself off. That's how the pubic hair got on the wash rag, and started washing that shirt off. Well, Melissa comes in and sees her mother. And how do we know Melissa was in the room? Because we have blood. We have blood on the foot of the bed. We have blood going across the bed in drops that you saw from the slides, and some of it, by the way, there's one drop on Nancy Newman's stomach, but there are other drops underneath her. That blood is consistent with Melissa Newman. Nancy Newman was not bleeding. Who does that leave? Melissa Newman. That was her blood going across that bed. She came in there, and what happened? I don't know if she let out a gasp or something, but Kirby Anthony knew that she was in there and went in and smacked her. Smacked her in the nose, smacked her in the mouth, and we know he didn't have the gloves on at this time for two reasons. Number one, no one is going to be washing themselves off with gloves. And number two, there isn't any blood on the gloves. But we know that he has some blood on his hands because we see a bloody smear on this pillow. As Melissa Newman is crawling across that bed, Kirby Anthony grabs her and grabs that pillowcase off and secures her. And you notice the pillowcase on her neck. There were parts where there was blood and not blood. And the reason for that is simple. Because when he first grabbed that pillowcase, he shoved it in her mouth to keep her quiet. She was probably first knocked down to the floor, and we get some of her blood on the floor. And then that pillowcase was shoved in her mouth, and she was taken to her room. And what happened in her room? Well, as Mr. Anthony pointed out, it did take a little longer in Melissa's room. It probably did take 5 or 10 minutes with Nancy. There is no sign of tearing or anything in her vaginal area. Melissa is not the same thing. Let's look at Melissa's room, he continued, pointing at a large diagram of Melissa's room complete with full-color photographs. There's a pillowcase tied around her wrist. There's blood on the edge of the bed, and you can look. I don't know if you can see some in these photographs, but you can see the blood. And you saw pictures earlier in the trial. It's the same diameter as the bloody smear that went across her stomach area. There's blood on the end of the bed. Ladies and gentlemen, he said emphatically, Melissa Newman was choked from behind laying face down on the bed. And you can see where the knot is. And she's strapped over this bed, and on her right wrist is where we find that other pillowcase that was used to secure her. He tied the wrist, wrapped it around her other hand, held her hands over her head while she's face down. And the only spots that we see blood here, we see them on the bed here where her face would have been, and we see blood on the edge here, and we see a little bit on the towel on her bed, the towel here, which may have been from him just wiping his hand. And we see it underneath her and on the side of the bed here. And how did it get there? She spread face down over the bed. The right hand of Kirby Anthony is holding her hands, and his left hand, where is it? It's leaning against the wall, and that's where we see his handprint. There is no other way for that handprint to get there. If he's laying in bed, sleeping in bed, how is this handprint? You can't do it. You cannot get your handprint at that angle. He's bracing himself against the wall there, and when he's done sexually assaulting Melissa, and it did take longer for two reasons. Number one, she's a young girl. Number two, it was the second time he ejaculated. Number three, just look at the violence to her. The fact that her vaginal area and her anal area were ripped open to be one area. That is what he did to her. The jury, horrified by the recounting of details, cast a quick and unavoidable glance at the defendant. When he was done, she fell back off the bed, said Ingaldson, wiping that smear down the bed and across her abdomen. The smear of blood and semen that matched Kirby Anthony. Look where the hairs were found on her, he said, pointing to the graphic and specific illustrations. The hairs were found on her buttocks, right where you would expect if she's been sexually assaulted in that way. And if you look at the way her legs are, that's the only way she could have been unless he crawled underneath the bed. And she could not have been sexually assaulted from the front. She's not dragged around the room because we don't see blood all over the room. We see it underneath her, and we see it on the side of her. And where does it get on the side of her? From it flipping back off the bed. The only place she's bleeding besides her vaginal area, is in her mouth and nose. When her head hits, some blood smears out. Ingaldson again pointed directly to the corresponding photograph. And you look. That's exactly the way it looks. Ingaldson then turned the jury's attention to the discovery of Anthony's pubic hairs, asking, "Is it just coincidence that these pubic hairs that match Kirby Anthony are found on her buttocks? And you know where they were found?" In case the jury didn't remember, Ingaldson was well prepared to remind them. In Melissa's room. That's where you find 9 of Kirby Anthony's pubic hairs. 9 matches in that room. And where do you find these hairs? If you imagine a person's buttocks area, they were found up in the center line, kind of near the crack in her buttocks, right where they would be if she was sexually assaulted. And where are most of the hairs? Where most of the violence was done. Ingaldson enumerated the pubic hairs found in Melissa's room, including a pubic hair with 2 lice egg casings on it. She's not carried around this room. She fell backward. What are the odds of her falling and just happening to pick up 2 of the 9 hairs in this room? Hairs didn't stick to anything but her, nothing else. Is this just some fluke? Some weird coincidence that hairs didn't stick to the underwear on the floor, didn't stick to anything but Melissa? And what does he do when he's done with Melissa? Well, he goes into Angie's room. It's getting a little late now, and he doesn't choke Angie. He cuts her throat. We see blood on the bed, and that's probably where her throat was cut, on the bed. And she's dragged off the bed. And if you look at the other photographs, and you'll see a book of them, you will see that going all the way through, the darkest spots are kind of near this pillow and on the edge of the bed, which would be consistent if she was cut on that bed and then pulled off by the feet. And where is the blood? There is a lot of blood in there. There's spots on the wall, but most of the blood, if you look at the floor, is right around this area, this small section of the room. He lays her out on her back and wipes her from the vaginal area up, wipes off spots of blood clear, and probably was going to try and sexually assault her. But either he couldn't get an erection or maybe ran out of time. But we know that he was probably at least masturbating at that time because we find pubic hairs of his in the blood, and a 4th pubic hair that's immature and couldn't be matched to him. That 4th pubic hair had 2 lice egg casings on it. I'd ask you to draw an inference as to whose that could be. He probably cleaned up in the bathroom, at least got some of the blood off of him. We know that wash rag was wet, either from rinsing out the first time washing himself off, and perhaps even wet from wiping his hands off. But we also know that in that wash rag, as I said, was his pubic hair. Anthony told us that the door was deadbolted, insisted the prosecutor, then reminded the jury that traces of human blood, although small, were found on Anthony's leather coat and his shoes. What's his excuse? Asked Ingaldson. Well, one of his excuses is from getting in fights. He says he got into a fight with this guy on the boat, broke up a fight or something. I pushed him. I asked him some questions about that, and he backs up and says, well, maybe I didn't get in a fight on the boat. I said I might have been wearing them. I'm not sure if I wore those. He changes that because he knows that that's just not true. But probably the most unbelievable explanation he gives is this thing about the kids and the cats. He says the kids might have been scratched by cats, and they used to wear my shoes and walk around the house, and they might have gotten blood on them. And Angie especially liked to do that. Now just think about that. That's absurd. But he didn't know yet if they were going to be able to type it to one of the kids' blood. He did know that the most blood is in Angie's room, So he said especially Angie likes to wear them around. He's trying to cover his tracks. He's trying to think of some excuse why their blood might be on there, because he didn't know what the results were going to be, and that's the best he could do. Ingaldson then discussed the single camel filter found in Nancy Newman's ashtray. The same type of cigarettes Anthony smokes, the same saliva type as Kirby Anthony. We know it is not Paul Chapman's cigarette, although he smoked Camels also, because it doesn't match his saliva. And is it a coincidence that Kirby Anthony, in his statement to you, when he's testifying about how long it would take, happened to mention something about, I'd have to have time to talk to the persons before I could get them in their room? And that's right, the time to have that cigarette. And then, look what he did after that. He started walking around the house. And what are you going to do if someone does that? You're not going to go dashing out of the house. You're going to check and see where people are, see if anyone is watching you. And look at this curtain here, said Ingaldson, pointing to the photographic representation of the Newmans' living room. You'll see that this curtain in the living room is pushed back a little bit. Noting that the fireplace blocked an easy view out the window, Ingaldson insisted that Anthony stepped on the fireplace to take a look outside. It's not a footprint that would be there if you were walking up to put a log on the fireplace. No. It's even superimposed, as if you step and have to twist your foot a little bit. No one else's footprint but Anthony's footprint, his shoe print, and we see a shoe print going out the window, his shoe print. Again, Ingaldson hammered away that this wasn't a stranger that did it. It was Kirby Anthony, by noting the lack of noise and forced entry. Now, admittedly, the Newmans lived on a kind of end apartment. So if there's some noise, the rest of the apartments might not hear, because 3 sides of their apartment were bordered by outside. There would only be one wall that was way back in Melissa's room. So admittedly, you're not going to hear as much noise from their apartment as perhaps other apartments. But no one heard anything. No one in that apartment heard anything. Mr. Anthony himself says to one of his questions, if a stranger had come in there, you would expect all kinds of noise. The girls would open the door by asking first, who is there? They would answer the door. So we don't have noise. We don't have signs of forced entry. The door wasn't broken in. No sign of ransacking the house. Also, look at the time of day that this happened. Would you expect some stranger to come at 9 in the morning, 8:30, 9:30 in the morning, to come over and commit this type of crime? Some stranger? No, you wouldn't. But you would expect, based on what happened the night before, Kirby Anthony to be over there at 9. Let's talk a little bit about the entrance and exits, continued Ingaldson. First of all, to get in, to gain entrance here, either someone had to let the person in or the person would have had to have a key. Because everyone says Nancy always kept those doors locked and deadbolted. But more importantly, let's look at the exits. There are 3 possible exits, he explained. One possible one would be through the living room window because it wasn't locked. But there were no signs of dust disturbance or anything there, no signs of any disturbance in the living room window. Sergeant Gifford essentially ruled that out. Nothing disturbed. That leaves 2 spots to exit. Angie's bedroom, because that was the only other window that was not locked, and the front door. What stranger is going to go out the front door? Well, they might go out the front door, there's no doubt. But would they lock the door? Well, they might even lock the door, but would they lock the deadbolt? Some stranger? What person, after committing a crime like this, is going to go out in a common area and fumble through the keys to find which key fits the deadbolt and lock the deadbolt. The only way you can lock that deadbolt is with the key once you're outside the apartment. You cannot turn the knob and pull the door shut, because the deadbolt will stick in. The door won't shut. You have to have a key. And what stranger is going to take a key and fumble around while someone might come and say, "Hey, what are you doing?" No. They're going to want to get out of there right away, unless the killer maybe had done this out of habit. Unless the killer had been going in and out of the front door and knew what key it was and had always been locking that so that no one knew he'd go out the front door and could do so in a split second. But there is only one person we know of like that: Kirby Anthony. He's the only person who talks about going out that front door. If the person went out the front door, the only person that would even think of locking that would be Kirby Anthony. Maybe because he does it out of habit, because he's always done that, always locked that deadbolt. Now he's trying to say that the police told him it was deadbolted, but we've had no testimony to that effect. What did he say? He said he tried the bottom handle and he slipped. He said the door was bolted. An even more reasonable exit, according to Ingleson, was Angie's bedroom window. "What did Kirby Anthony tell you about her bedroom window?" asked Ingleson. He said, "This one you cannot see from the street as easy. You can see Melissa's easier from the street." "And what did he tell you about when he went in the window?" "He told you he never went out that window. He went out the front door." Those were his own words. Ingleson focused the jury's attention on the single footprint of Anthony's found on Angie's dresser, a footprint which, because of a defect in the shoe, was positively identified as coming from Kirby Anthony's gray shoes that, according to him, he had only had since he got back from the boat. "The footprint on that dresser was pointing toward the window," explained Ingleson, insisting that if the print were from entering the room, the toe would point toward the room. On this dresser, the footprint was pointing out, the toe toward the window. Next, Ingleson discussed the stolen items and the manner in which they were stolen, beginning with the fact that the Newman residence wasn't ransacked. The drawers weren't ripped open. The cupboards weren't flung open. 3 things were gone from that house: Nancy Newman's purse and the wallet in the purse, the coins from the coin tin, and John Newman's camera. There were other coin tins that looked similar to the coin tin that was empty, and those weren't even disturbed. "Anthony said he'd been in that cookie tin," Ingleson reminded the jury, "and that a lot of people have been in the cookie tin, but they don't find very many people's prints in the cookie tin. They find Nancy's, and I think Melissa's on the bottom of it, and Kirby Anthony's." The jury's attention was directed to a photograph of the cookie tin showing its bent condition. "Look at that, and you'll see that fingerprint which matched his middle finger curved over the tin. It's right where the tin is kind of bent. It's kind of pulled out a little bit. If you have a tin full of coins and pull it out to dump those coins out, that's where his fingerprint is." "There was a little ceramic doll that had some coins above the sink," Ingleson continued. "Kirby Anthony said he didn't know about that, and that wasn't disturbed. The bedrooms weren't ransacked. The things that were taken were things that Kirby Anthony knew about, valuables that he knew about, and the coin tin, who knew about it? Several friends knew about that coin tin that we heard. But would a stranger know about that coin tin up above the microwave? Is it just coincidence the condition that the tin was in?" asked Ingleson. "That the bending is where his fingerprint is that just some weird coincidence?" Ingleson asserted that 3 witnesses saw Anthony with large amounts of coins and rolls of coins. Anthony's explanation that Nancy Newman gave him coins on the Thursday before the murders came under intense assault. It's kind of suspicious, isn't it, that the first time that he starts mentioning getting these coins Thursday night to any law enforcement, any police officers out of 7 or so interviews, the first time he says it is in court. All of a sudden, he remembers getting these coins, and he just happened to go home that same Thursday night, the Thursday night that his own roommate says that they were at the bank shot and went out to the bars afterward. You know the other thing about counting coins that's kind of funny? Where would you get the paper rolls for these coins? Would you just happen to have them laying around the house? It's certainly not something most people have laying around the house. We know Nancy Newman had some in the bottom of this coin tin. We didn't hear any testimony about his grabbing these paper rolls out of the bottom of the coin tin. Where would he get the rolls to start rolling the coins? Where would he get the coins? He had to come up with this thing from Nancy Newman because he knows he originally told the police he got these coins from the car wash. But once we heard the number of days he'd worked at the car wash, we knew that was ridiculous. He couldn't have gotten all those coins there. Another point Ingleson made regarding the coins was that Anthony didn't have any when he went to see Kirk Mullins after the murders. Think about why did he go to Kirk and Debbie's. One of the main reasons is to establish an alibi, to be with someone. And of course, he's not going to want to have coins because he knew he'd stolen coins. But anyone who was going over there to wash clothes, anyone especially going to Burger King, is going to get some coins before you go. The question of who stole John Newman's keys was next on Ingleson's agenda. The real question, noted the prosecutor, was why would John Newman's keys be missing? There would be no reason to take his keys, insisted Ingleson. There's no car out there. Nancy Newman's keys are right in her purse. Kirby Anthony already had John Newman's keys, and that's how he was able to gain entrance. That's why that morning he was probably fiddling with the lock when Nancy Newman came to the door or the kids came to the door. And she said, "What's going on?" And that's when the argument started. The ever-important camera belonging to John Newman again received attention from Ingleson, who couldn't resist mocking Anthony's self-description. He tells you he's a camera fanatic, that he loves cameras. He's a camera fanatic. He didn't take any pictures with his own camera at Christmas time, this camera fanatic. When he went out on the boat, this new adventure, he'd never been out there before. He didn't even bother taking his cameras with him, this camera fanatic. When he got back to Anchorage, did he take any pictures? Or even have any interest in taking pictures up until this Thursday before? No, he didn't. Why did he borrow the camera? Well, he gave a lot of reasons for that. First, it was just to doodle around. Then it was to take pictures four-wheel driving, take pictures at Portage Glacier, take pictures along the Seward Highway, and this other reason that his camera was in storage. He borrowed John's camera. All of a sudden, right before the murders, he has this interest. And why would he borrow John's camera? This is the person that is supposed to have such strong feelings toward the Newmans, respect for their feelings, someone that according to him thought, well, maybe I felt like I'm a burden on them, so I want to move out of the house. I don't want to bother them. So what does he do? According to him, he's telling you, yeah, I borrowed the camera from Nancy. Nancy told me first no. I knew that John was real particular about his cameras. He never let anyone use them. I asked him, well, why would you borrow his cameras if you knew that he really wouldn't want you to? There's no real answer to that, was there? And he says he borrowed John's camera. John was coming back the next week. He said he was going to go that weekend to take pictures. Friday, he was out with Kirk and Debbie and went out Friday night partying. Saturday, according to him, he was partying during the day and drinking, smoking, watching movies. He went out Saturday night. Sunday, by the time the police came over, you know that he had no intention that day of going down to Alyeska. When is he going to take these pictures? That was just an excuse he came up with. And he had to tell you that he borrowed it the Thursday before. He had to tell the police that, because they knew that that camera hadn't been used because there was film in it from Christmas time. 23 of the 24 shots in there had been taken of the Newman family at Christmas time. What person is going to lend out a camera with their Christmas pictures of their family? But the most significant thing about that whole camera is that he didn't even know how to use it. And you saw that when I was asking him questions. He didn't know anything about that camera. Why would he be borrowing that? Because it is all a lie. Ingaldson then dwelt upon what he termed the real chilling thing about this case, Anthony's attempt to sell the stolen camera to Jess Odell following the murders. We know that Jess Odell, even according to Kirby Anthony, was probably telling the truth about seeing it on his bed, Kirby Anthony's bed. I mean, he's accurate in every single thing he tells about it. Anthony took it out and set it on the bed and showed it to him the Monday after this to try and get some money for it. He's trying to say that Jess Odell saw this camera on Friday and that everything he's telling is the truth, except he's mixed up or lying or something and saw the camera on Friday. Well, how believable is that? First of all, the police found that camera. Don't you think that the police were pressuring him about the camera? Maybe even accusing him of stealing the camera when the murders were committed? Don't you think that he would want to have a witness that saw him with the camera before the murders? Don't you think that if he didn't take it on Saturday, he would have said, "Hey, Jess Odell saw me with it on Friday. Call him up"? Of course he would have. And he didn't. He never said that. What did he tell us? A complete fabrication. Continuing on the recurrent theme of Anthony's inability to speak the truth, Ingaldson discussed the green gloves. The gloves were obviously used during the strangulation of Nancy Newman. We find several of her forcibly removed head hairs in the gloves. We find glove fibers on her neck, the pillowcase, the ligature. We find glove fibers on the washcloth. Why would they be on the washcloth? Think about it. If your hands are sweating in wool gloves, you're going to pick up fibers on your hands. You go in to wash off, and some are going to transfer onto that washcloth. And we find a few of the fibers even on Melissa's nightgown. And of course, the reason for that also is after going back in and grabbing Melissa, you're going to have some of those fibers on your hand. And that's when we see the chart of the fibers and where the fibers were found. The pillowcase around Nancy's neck and on her nightgown. How do we tie those gloves to Kirby Anthony? His story, Ingaldson reminded the jury, was that I put the gloves on because I went to clean off Nancy's car. If you think about it, that is pretty ludicrous. He couldn't say that he went out and cleaned her car off before she left because she parks in a carport. So if it had been snowing in the morning, there wouldn't be any snow to clean off her car. So what does he say? He says, he has to think of some way to wear those gloves. He says, when she came home, I went out to clean off the car. What person, think about it, use your common sense, what person cleans snow off a car when they return? How many times have you gone in your garage when you return and cleaned the snow off your car or under the carport, or even parked in a driveway unprotected, and you go clean the car off? No, you do it maybe before you leave, but not once you get back. "And what about that white shirt we've been talking about?" asked Ingaldson. "What do we find on the white shirt, even according to Anthony's testimony?" Now he's changing it a little bit and saying, well, maybe it was just a stain. But he said in letters, he said to Kirk Mullins, he said to the police, it looked like dog or cat shit on the shirt. And where was that? Right where it would have been if he's sexually assaulting Nancy. Right where his shirt would have been hanging down. And is that just a coincidence that Nancy has a bowel movement and feces? They're smeared on the bed. And what's his explanation for getting feces on his shirt? Think about it a little bit. Investigator Ryder asked him about the shirt. How can you get feces on it when you're wearing it all night? What does he tell him? He says, I took my shirt off and sat it on the floor. Who sorts clothes like that? Ingaldson asked the jury. Why would he take his shirt off? I mean, dump all your other clothes out and sort them and throw them back in the bag. And even if you would do something like that, why would he take the shirt off and throw it on the floor and put on a dirty shirt? That's what he says he did. He put on a dirty shirt. He says he sat it on the floor and it got some dog shit on there. And we know there wasn't any dog shit in the house. We never heard any complaints about it. Well, Anthony thought about that, and he came up with another version when he's in court. He says, well, the dogs walked on it. Well, come on. We don't see any other evidence. We haven't heard anything about footprints of dog crap along the floor. He didn't even see the dog in the house. The dog is an outside dog, and the dog is supposed to pop in there and walk across his shirt? And the only thing he noticed the dog crap on is that white shirt? Tell me, why is that? Why wouldn't he notice it on anything else? Just that? It's beyond belief. This explanation that he gives about all of a sudden taking his shirt off and there's dog crap on it. And the other thing about that shirt that's kind of interesting, continued Ingaldson, was that there was a hair found on the shirt which, although it couldn't be exactly matched by FBI agent Diedrich, had similarities and differences to Nancy Newman's. Is it just a coincidence that his alibi starts to change during that morning? Asked Ingaldson. Why didn't it change at other times when he's told his alibi is weak if he didn't know when the murders happened? Ingaldson gave the jury a guided tour of Anthony's inconsistent statements, comparing them to the recollections of his friends and associates. He says he went right over to Kirk's house and he got there at 9 or 9:30, and it just so happens that Kirk says the same thing. Of course, he had talked to Kirk before the police got there. He hadn't talked to Debbie, and Debbie says much later. Debbie and Kirk get together and realize they have a discrepancy in their statements. So all of a sudden, they come up with one time 11 o'clock, one time 10:30, 10. Now, when they get into court, it's 10 or 10:30. We know what time he really got there because every one of them says right after he got there, within a pretty short period of time, at the most half an hour, they went to Beverage World. And we know what time he's at Beverage World, 12:15. What time did he get to Kirk and Debbie's? Certainly not before 11:30 in the morning, and that's giving him 45 minutes to get to Beverage World. What else does he change in the morning? Asked Ingaldson rhetorically. Now he's talking about the first time washing his upper body. And why is he saying that? Because by now he's heard that Debbie Dean told the police that he looked like he had just taken a shower. He hadn't heard that before. He had to have an excuse for that. He talks about how he put air in his tire when he left the house. That's his latest. Well, he had to change that. He changed all the way along. He changed from first not going to Burger King to then maybe getting something, And he starts filling in later. Think about that. Doing cocaine all night. Think about all the other people that have testified in this trial that did cocaine and said how it doesn't make them hungry. It makes them think about anything but food. And all of a sudden, he's hungry. And in his statement, he says, "Yeah, I had 2 croissant sandwiches and it made me hungrier." Well, he would be hungry after committing these murders and expending all this energy, this rage. He would be hungry then, but certainly he wouldn't be hungry after doing all that cocaine that morning. All of a sudden, he's going to Burger King, and first he tells you that he went in the parking lot. He doesn't say what parking lot. Ingaldson showed the jury a photographic display of Burger King and the surrounding neighborhood. He then asked them to look at the location of Burger King and the adjacent parking area, and reminded them that Anthony was told that no one at Burger King saw him there. "And what's his explanation for that?" asked Ingaldson rhetorically. "Well, think about it. If you're in this parking lot," asserted Ingaldson, pointing to the Burger King lot, "there's more of a chance of someone seeing you than if you pull around across the street." So what does that say? He says he pulls around across to the Norges parking lot. He changes that to cover up that area, and then he sat there for 20 to 40 minutes banging his head against the window, he says at one time. Now, in court, he says, "Oh, that was an exaggeration." But he's upset. He says to the police that he was writing on a letter of his own and reading his own. Well, now he says, "Well, no, I wasn't writing on this letter. It was another one that he never mailed, and one that he says he supposedly wrote while in the parking lot across from Burger King." And he says that he showed it to the police. Well, if he really did wave it out and show it to the police, why wouldn't he remember being at Burger King writing it? Why wouldn't he tell them that? Because it never happened. Ingaldson built a head of steam, rolling over Anthony's inconsistencies with relentless vigor. This wasn't his last opportunity to address the jury, but he piled it on as heavily as possible before Salemi could give his closing arguments. "He put air in his tires and checked his oil," declared Ingaldson sarcastically. All of a sudden he remembers that. Why does he remember that? Because I was up at the border and I figured my tire would be flat? Well, he forgot. He got that tire fixed before he left, and we see the receipt for that. And when I confronted him with that, all of a sudden he has another excuse: 2 bad tires. "He wants you to believe that all these pubic lice are old," said Ingaldson, mocking Anthony's inventive cure of mixing Rid with shampoo. "Think about it a minute. He's trying to get you to believe that Debbie Heck had pubic lice, and that he had it when he was on the boat. They had been staying together, having sexual relations on the boat. You would expect her to have pubic lice. Her testimony clearly is that she did not have pubic lice. Even after being examined by a doctor, Anthony said, "Well, probably because I put Rid in the shampoo. I brought in that bottle of Rid," Ingaldson reminded the jury. And he looked at it. The directions on the bottle said, "Number 1, do not dilute." So what does he do? He's telling you he diluted it, and that got rid of her pubic lice and not his? Number 2, it says don't put it on your eyebrows or eyelashes. Common sense would tell you there's probably a pretty good reason that maybe it shouldn't be around your eyes. So he's saying that he put it in the shampoo that Debbie would use? And where is shampoo going to run? If you're washing your hair, you're probably going to get some on your eyebrows. And he's going to take that risk by putting it in shampoo? Even more curious than that is why would she use the shampoo to wash her pubic hair? Wouldn't she use a bar of soap? He's saying that because he wants you to believe that he had these pubic lice for some time when in fact he got them after he came back from Dutch Harbor. Every single thing, declared Ingaldson incredulously. All the evidence he's starting to tie to this Thursday night before the murders. He's in the bathroom. He's in Melissa's room. He's in Angie's room. Gets the camera. Gets the coins. All these things just happened that night in 1 half-hour visit. He told police he was over there Thursday night. But phone records show that Nancy talked to John twice that night for an hour each time, and there's no indication Nancy had been talking to John when Mr. Anthony was over there. Now, all of a sudden, it may have been earlier in the afternoon when he was there. That was a convenient excuse, insisted Ingaldson. A convenient excuse to go into Melissa's room. Remember, at that time, the police were telling him things about dating hairs, dating fingerprints and stuff. Anthony didn't know if they were telling the truth or not. He knew he was there. He had to have an excuse for these things. So all of a sudden, Thursday night, he goes into Melissa's room and gets his little bag. And maybe even changes clothes there. And he smells the sheets on the bed. He goes into Angie's room and happens to pick up toys that night. In court yesterday, he tells the police, "Yeah, I also went into Nancy's room. I think I went in there to borrow a marijuana pipe." He said, "I didn't have any pipes and I wanted to borrow a marijuana pipe." We know that's a lie, but he said he went through the nightstand looking for it. Well, he didn't know what fingerprints were found where, or whether they would be found on the nightstand because he probably was going through that nightstand when he was getting those green gloves. He's in Nancy's room. Asked about pubic hairs, he says that he might have gone in there to answer the phone, ran in without pants, carrying his pants, or without his pants. That's absurd. And then all of a sudden, later on, he's remembering, oh, the real reason I went over there is to borrow the camera. And he has the camera. So now the missing things are also in this half hour, this Thursday night. Remember, we saw a little bit of blood behind the bathroom door, said Ingaldson, moving back toward graphic evidence. And look at the blood spots on the bathroom light switch. You have a blood spot just underneath one of the light switches, and there are 2 light switches, one for the fan that is closest to the door and one further out that's for the light. And there is only blood under the light. Why is that? Because Kirby Anthony knew which switch was the light, and that's the one he turned on when he went in the bathroom. On the topic of phone calls, Ingaldson insisted that the real reason Anthony kept calling Nancy Newman on Saturday was to find out if the bodies had been discovered. He was curious, and it was killing him, stated Ingaldson. Think about it, ladies and gentlemen. Why would Jody call that night? Ingaldson had already set up the answer to his own question, testimony from Jody Cornelius confirming that she didn't call Kirby Anthony. He called her, and Jody's telling the truth. Why would Jody lie about something like that? Jody's telling the truth. Anthony called her because he wanted an excuse to go to the apartment, and that's the best excuse he could have. He wanted to see if anyone found them. He wanted to feel the door himself. Ingaldson reminded the jury of Vicky Irvine's experience with Anthony in the noisy bar. It's loud in Chilcoots, but it stuck out in her mind about someone having to watch. And she talked about that later, and it was kind of chilling to her. And remember what her words were. The worst thing is that the mother had to watch. Think about what probably really was said, and it fits what happened. The loud noises. First of all, Kirby Anthony or anyone else is not going to say the mother. If it was the mother, he'd say, too bad that Nancy had to watch. But who did see something happen? Melissa. And what did Kirby Anthony say? Too bad that Melissa had to watch, or too bad that Missy had to watch. And words like Missy, which he called Melissa, and mother at Chilcoots, especially if you're thinking about something like that, that's the type of mistake you might make. But to mistake the entire sentence? No. And she talked to her friends about it. And he said that as he's sitting there writing some type of weird poetry. Kirby Anthony did do it, insisted Ingaldson to the jury. Not just beyond a reasonable doubt, but, ladies and gentlemen, this is beyond any shadow of a doubt. And I'd ask you at the conclusion, after you deliberate, to return a verdict of guilty as to all counts charged. Thank you. With Ingaldson finished, it was time for the defense to begin final arguments. During these remarks, lawyers must only address information admitted during the trial through sworn testimony or exhibits. No new information is allowed, and all conclusions must be drawn from admitted evidence. Neither John Salemi nor Craig Howard stood to address the jury. Kirby D. Anthony did. Chapter 18. Wednesday, June 1st, 1988, witnessed one of the most bizarre scenes in Anchorage legal history as Kirby D. Anthony held sway over Judge Buckaloo's courtroom for over 3 solid hours. None of the 70 lawyers, court employees, or police officers in court recalled another murder case in which the defendant delivered his own closing. Judson Ray, however, was not surprised by Anthony's action. Consistent with the FBI personality profile, grandiosity and pomposity often emerge quite dramatically in the courtroom. It is not unusual for psychopaths to criticize or fire their lawyers and take over their own defense, usually with disastrous results. Now I have a chance to talk without Mr. Ingaldson giving me so many confusing questions, began Anthony affably. He casually placed his hand in his pocket, body language and gestures perfectly mimicking John Salemi. Mr. Salemi is going to be talking with you mostly about the expert testimony, he continued. And what I basically want to do is discuss a small portion of my life. Actually, it's the rest of my life. What I want to do now is basically talk about my relationship with the Newman family. This is a big part of my family, and it's been destroyed, and it's been taken away from me. They allowed me to stay at their house when I needed it. Nancy was kind enough to open her heart for me when I wanted it. When I needed assistance to buy a truck, they were there again. Showing surprising poise, he attacked Ingoldson's theories of possible motive one by one. In the process, he switched from imitating the casual presentation of Salemi to the more flamboyant and expressive style of Craig Howard. Mr. Ingaldson has mentioned something about drugs. He's saying that I possibly went and got more money from Nancy for more drugs. Let's look at the testimony and the evidence. I had bank records here in this courtroom that show I had $258 the day before. Mr. Ingaldson wants you to believe that I spent all that on drugs. I ask you to use your common sense, said Anthony. If somebody's after more drugs, are they going to leave cocaine laying on the mirror? Or are they not going to ask that person to give them more cocaine? There was nobody strung out on drugs. There was nobody being crazy. Dan Grant says I was a little hyper, but he says I wasn't abnormal. It wasn't unusual. Debbie and Kirk say when I showed up, I was fine, that I appeared to be tired as the day grew on. As for Ingoldson's theory that Kirby Anthony snapped when Nancy pressured him to repay the outstanding loan, the defendant insisted that there was no pressure. There was no discussion by her asking for that money, said Anthony. Why is somebody going to kill somebody over money? Somebody that's loaned you money before in the past. Somebody that's allowed you into their home. Somebody that has a job. Anthony's monologue degenerated into 3 hours of mind-numbing blather, recalled Grimes. Although he started off sounding almost reasonable and asserted that Salemi would handle the expert testimony, Anthony started ranting about his fingerprints. "They say my fingerprints are the most in the house," declared Anthony. "But they don't tell them 14 of them are in the room I slept in. Neither do they tell them they are not anywhere, like I said. That's because I didn't go anywhere in that house that I shouldn't have been. That goes on and on. There's a long list of things that they would have told my friends and my family without giving any explanation to. They've destroyed my life as a relationship with my family, and they've damaged a lot of others. Mr. Ingleson's taken so much of this out of context," he lamented. "I don't know if I can put it back in. He brought to your attention that I was saying something about smelling sheets. I told police I knew what clean sheets would smell like if it was clean, and I crawled into that bed." "Your Honor, I'll object to that and seek it to be stricken," Ingleson recited again and again. "There's no testimony as to what he just said." When the court reminded Anthony that there's nothing in the record to support that statement, Anthony simply started all over again, beginning with an unrelated topic. Soon the objections began anew. Several times, Salemi and Ingleson would have whispered consultations at the bench with Buckaloo. Anthony had the floor, and there was no stopping him. Anthony turned his attention to Ingleson's list of excuses, slip-ups, and lies. "I totaled 3 pages of it. I might have missed one," said Anthony. "The first thing that came to my mind is, I didn't screw up, Bill. I didn't screw up. I didn't screw up because I didn't do anything wrong. That's exactly what I told them, something to the effect that I stated, 'You have the evidence, now prove how it was done.' That was me being sarcastic to them because I was upset, stressed out with them, saying, 'Okay, just do whatever you feel like you have to do. You have the evidence, you say that you have it, so do it.'" Anthony reminded the jury of Vicky Irvine's testimony and Ingleson's interpretation of Anthony's remarks. "He thinks it was that Missy had to watch. Her testimony was that it was the mother had to watch. I wouldn't know if it was either one. I do know that Nancy would never stand by and watch something like this happen, though. Never." Concerning Jess Odell, Anthony said that his neighbor came over seeking money owed him for pot prior to the murders. "I told him I didn't have it, but he was persistent. As I testified to, I may have gone into Dan's room and I may have gone in my room, but I'm not sure which room it was, and I won't say for sure because I don't know. Alls I do know is the coins was in my coat pocket, a ski jacket, and that's where I placed those coins. I had change that I had borrowed from Nancy. I give Jess Odell $15 worth of those coins, a roll of dimes and a roll of quarters. Jess Odell was only there for 10 minutes approximately, but while he was there he seen the camera that was sitting on the edge of my bed that Mr. Ingleson so conveniently tries to accuse me with as being on my bed Thursday. And as I told him on the stand, it may have been, but I can't say as to where I had taken it off or what I had done with it. This is over a year ago. I believe Mr. Odell testified to the fact that when he stepped into my room, that the camera was in the closet, that it wasn't on my bed. He told the police that. He also told them it was on my bed." Anthony's grasp of the language, tenuous at best, made following his line of thought difficult. 3 hours of coherent, insightful arguments are difficult enough. But 3 hours of Anthony's fractured prose, irregular tenses, and incomprehensible modifiers wore heavily on everyone's nerves and patience. His use of the English language, his sentence structure, obviously is not from a parochial school, agreed John Salemi. He doesn't look like he had any nuns teaching him to use nouns and verbs. And it wasn't simply a language problem, noted Grimes. After all, people who have accents or a narrow grasp of the English language testify all the time, some through translators. Anthony is a 9th grade dropout with bad grammar and a tendency towards stilted syntax when he's trying to make an impression, But that wasn't what made it so hard to follow. It was the continual convoluted contradictions in his statements, one right after another. "Sometimes I would like to kick myself for using improper English," Anthony told the jury. But the communication difficulty transcended grammar. Anthony's contradictory comments, stacked upon each other in rapid succession, could have been part of a self-defined strategy intended to confuse the jury. According to expert Dr. Robert Hare, however, this particular communication trait is common to most criminal psychopaths, a condition that Hare termed mental scrabble without an overall script. Lies and several contradictory statements in the same breath are very perplexing, said Dr. Hare, and speech is the end product of very complicated mental activity. There is mounting scientific evidence that psychopaths differ from other people in the connections between words and emotions, and in the actual way their brains are organized. Psychopaths may know the dictionary definitions of words, but don't comprehend nor appreciate the significance or emotional value of words. As one person put it, he knows the words, but not the music. "We could sit in a group of people," confirmed Debbie Heck, "and Kirby would tell lies, and I would know it, but the other people wouldn't. I always just got a feeling that it just wasn't right." This raises an important issue. If Anthony's speech was consistently peculiar, why was he so capable of deceiving and manipulating people? And why would his friends fail to pick up on the continual inconsistencies and contradictions in his casual conversation? The answer, according to Hare, is the speech oddities are often too subtle for the casual observer to detect, and these people put on a good show. Friends are deceived not by what is said, but by how it is said, and by the emotional buttons pushed. "I wish Hare could have been in the courtroom for Anthony's 3-hour performance," said Grimes. A self-proclaimed admirer of Dr. Hare's book Without Conscience, Grimes proudly noted that 20 copies were purchased for Anchorage Police Department detectives. "Even though Anthony babbled away in the weird way he does," explained Grimes, "what did come through was that he was attempting to counter remarks made by Ingleson or the police. But it was grueling. At one point, he even had the judge read the entire text of one of his tragic love letters to Debbie Heck. This unusual event occurred following Anthony's argument that he had no reason to kill the Newmans and his derision of Ingleson's theory that the anguish of his breakup with Debbie Heck drove him to murder. "Mr. Ingleson has given you a few ideas as to why I would want to do this," stated Anthony. "That's absurd, and I'll tell you why. First, he wants you to believe that I either did this because of the relationship that I had with Debbie Heck. Why somebody would kill somebody over somebody else's relationship, I can't figure it out. I'd like to describe to you a little bit about that relationship, give you some kind of idea, actually, of my state of mind, not in the light that Mr. Ingleson intends to show you what it was." Anthony then produced the letter to Debbie Heck, terming it, "The most recent compared to the other letters he showed you. This letter right here is the most recent one. He had this, but he didn't show it to you, but I am." Judge Buckaloo interrupted him, asking, is this letter in evidence?" "Yes, it is, Your Honor," said Anthony. "All right," Buckaloo responded. "I'd like to go through it with you if I may. It says, Debbie, hi." The contrast between Buckaloo's erudition and Anthony's peculiar style provided a unique auditory experience, especially when the judge intoned, "My life has been a lot of ups and downs, my ups with you mostly with you, and some of my downs also, but the ones without you weren't as good weren't as good ups, and were worse downs." When Buckaloo completed his recitation, Anthony spoke to the jury, saying, This letter was wrote before this happened. This was my true state of mind, and this wasn't just prior to this happening. She was on my mind, and she still is. There's parts in this letter that I want to draw your attention to. One of them is at the very end, when I ask Debbie if she'll send me a picture. I tell her I will as well. That's what I told the police officers that I wanted that camera for, so I could send pictures. She was included in those pictures being sent to people, as well as my truck. And I do have those pictures to this day. They were not taken with that camera. Anthony further mystified listeners by saying of Ingaldson, "He dwells on my mental state of mind quite a bit through some excerpts that you've seen through. I'd like to go into a couple of those, but I'll reserve it for the time being. Mr. Ingaldson also said something about me planning ahead," he continued. "He's giving me credits in some points of having intelligence, and then he's cut me down in others. He gave me credit of planning ahead about not having coins to go over to Debbie and Kirk's house to do laundry. He said, of course he doesn't want them to know he had coins, so he's giving me credit for doing that at least, and yet he's cutting me down for being stupid enough to do it in front of somebody else. He's trying to say that my camera, I said it was a fanatic because I love cameras. I love taking pictures. He's trying to say that I just invented more or less to account for the camera. Well, you heard me testify that I have pictures that are at least this thick, and I have photo albums with pictures in them." Anthony asked jurors to use their common sense and decide how many people would be able to account for every minute of their time if suddenly asked to. He repeatedly urged jurors to understand how upset and angry he became when Spatafora and Ryder elicited untrue or conflicting statements from him. "Spatafora was very hard," complained Anthony. "You should have seen him when I was the only one with him. He was very hard. I became upset when the police officers tried to tell me that nobody remembered me being at the drive-thru at Burger King," admitted Anthony. "How in the hell is somebody supposed to remember everybody being through there? I knew it was just something else that they wanted to do to me. I gave them rough estimates as to how long it would take me to go through the drive-thru. 10 to 15 minutes, who knows? I knew I ate my breakfast across in the parking lot. I don't know if people just shove food down their throats or not, so I assume maybe 5 minutes to eat. The letters did come to me at that time. When I got to Kirk and Debbie's house, I showed Miss Dean that letter. I didn't let her read it, but I showed it to her. Debbie Heck was a discussion we had that day. It wasn't very long. It was a brief discussion, just a summary of what I was feeling and what she thought." Anthony further accused Ingaldson of lying about his pubic lice. "You heard Mr. Ingaldson say that I supposedly came in contact with body lice after I returned from the boat." "Well, he knows that's not true," insisted an aggravated Anthony. "I later learned that I had come in contact with body lice and that Debbie Heck had come in contact with body lice. Before I left the boat, I told Miss Heck that she had body lice. This is before I left the boat. I had also told police that I had told her this. Mr. Ingaldson is trying to ridicule me on the fact that I put rid in shampoo, and on this bottle it says, 'Do not dilute, do not get on eyebrows.' Well, I guess what I'm trying to say is that by rationale, the fact that it wasn't supposed to be diluted and used for over a 24-hour period, that if it was diluted, it wouldn't hurt to have it used over a 24-hour period, and that it would still have effect. And it did have an effect because Debbie Heck did not ever learn that she had body lice. Mr. Ingaldson wants you to believe that I had just come in contact with it because I'm the one who did this, and that's not true." Anthony attempted clearing up his statements concerning the green gloves and the white shirt, insisting that Ingaldson and the police were twisting his statements and taking them out of context. "They asked me if I had any gloves, if I owned any gloves. My first answer was no. That was my only answer. They then asked me if I wore any gloves. My first response was yes. Yes, I had wore some gloves over at Nancy's because I wiped her car off. Ingleson is trying to say to you that I did this because hairs may have been found, because they suggested to me that there was hairs found in these gloves that were matching the back of my hands. Later on, they tried to confuse me by saying that there was hairs of my hands in there, and I caught them in that lie. And I told them that if they have hairs on the back of my hand, and they said they're comparisons. Mr. Spatafora testified to saying that they had lied to me, and I told them I don't believe you. That was the last statement I ever gave them. Anthony then produced a transcript of the actual police interview and read a portion of it to the jury. Ever worn gloves? I scraped Nancy's window off one time. What's that got to do with gloves? I had to wear gloves because it was cold out and there was snow. That brings us to the issue about me saying that it had been snowing, said Anthony, referring back to Ingleson's argument that there was no snowfall. He's trying to insinuate that I was trying to make it up about wearing these gloves because I had to place my hand in these gloves at some time, and I didn't have to because there was no indication to me that there was any hairs in there when I first told them if I had done this. It was later. They tried to say that I said I wore these gloves. I never said I wore gloves because I don't know if they're the ones or not. And what I had told them and what I testified to is that I had wiped snow off Nancy's car. Anthony insisted that he went to Nancy Newman's apartment on the Thursday before the murders to get his duffel bag and borrow the camera, and that while there, he entered every room and picked up toys for the kids. It was then, according to him, that Nancy Newman gave him change from the cookie tin. As for the white shirt, the police officers asked me what I was wearing that night, and I told them. I said I borrowed a shirt from Kirk Mullins. I just casually threw in that I had a spot on that shirt. There was no mention of, do you have blood on your shirt? Is there anything on that shirt that might be incriminating to you or anything like that nature? It was a casual conversation that I told the police officers that I had put a spot on that shirt before any questioning of it or whatever. Attorneys usually use the final argument to weave a cohesive story from fragments of evidence and testimony. Not Anthony. His long-winded diatribe was only ended with a personal plea to the jury. I just turn to you and ask you, please realize I didn't do it. Court was over for the day. The jury was dismissed, and the two sides gathered up their notes and went home. Anthony returned to jail. The next morning, Salemi did his best to salvage the defense. Chapter 19. On Friday the 13th, Paul Chapman and his wife had what would be characterized as a small celebration and get-together, which eventually included Nancy Newman, began John Salemi conversationally in his final summation for the jury. That celebration occurred at Gwenny's restaurant and Gwenny's bar portion of the restaurant. It lasted for, I think, the better part of 2 hours. It is not clear from the testimony how much was consumed. Nobody was counting. There was no need to count. But I think the evidence and reasonable inferences, using your common sense, lead to the conclusion that Mrs. Newman, Nancy Newman, had more than a couple of drinks that night. More than a couple of Baileys. And why should you reasonably assume that? Because the fact that people weren't counting. Look at the time period. There was a 2.5-hour time period where they were sitting at the bar. It's already been established that Mrs. Newman hadn't been eating at Gwenny's. In fact, she didn't have dinner at all that night. They then went after that 2.5-hour period to Paul and Cheryl's house for a further extended period of time. Mrs. Newman still didn't have anything to eat. No food was served. We know that when they left, Mrs. Newman didn't take her car with her. So far, Salemi hadn't told the jury anything they didn't know. If they wondered where he was going by telling this story, they didn't have to wonder for long. He immediately turned his attention to the car abandoned by Nancy Newman. Now, the explanation for that is a curious one. At least I would suggest to you it is, continued Salemi. The reason that the car was left in an open, insecure lot on Spenard overnight, at a place of business which would have been closed until the next morning, at a place of business which is across from the Tradewinds Bar, a Hells Angels hangout, was because Mrs. Newman didn't want to be alone. Apparently, she didn't want to be alone for the 5 or 10 minutes they said it would take to drive from Gwenny's to Paul and Cheryl Chapman's. It's rather curious, he then argued, in light of the fact that Mrs. Newman was at that time the sole caretaker for her 2 young children, living in an apartment in Midtown with her husband thousands of miles away in Oakland, California. If she were to leave her car behind in an unguarded, unsecured parking lot, she would be left with her 2 children with no transportation, and in the event of a medical emergency or some other type of emergency. He had the jury's enraptured attention as he slowly, perfectly built his argument. There is, of course, another explanation for why she left her car, and it fits very reasonably with the rest of the evidence we've talked about so far. And that is that Mrs. Newman had more to drink than has been suggested in court, and that she had enough to drink where either she didn't feel comfortable or the people with her didn't feel comfortable about having her drive even a short distance from Gwenny's. Salemi pointed out that the level of alcohol in Newman's bloodstream at the time of her death was .093, and that a person is considered a drunk driver at a level of .10. When Nancy Newman died, she died a .07% below the legal limit for being under the influence of alcohol if she were driving. Heads nodded in the courtroom, but brows furrowed in contemplation. What did Mrs. Newman's level of intoxication have to do with the murders? Having knowingly raised the question, Salemi gave it verbalization and explanation. So what? She wasn't driving. She's committed no crime. People have a right to drink as much as they want, and she had a good reason to be drinking. She was with her close friends, and they were celebrating. They had cause to be happy and to socialize. Well, the so what, of course, is probably obvious to you. Its significance is the sense that it casts considerable doubt on the prosecution's assertion, on Dr. Probst's finding that Mrs. Newman was killed in the early morning hours of March 14th. Salemi was brilliantly weaving a classic presentation of reasonable doubt. First he led up to it, then he stated it, and then he backed it up. We all know that alcohol in the blood leaves the system over a period of time. Just because you consume alcohol, you don't stay intoxicated. He then explained that alcohol leaves the body at a rate of .015 per hour. If she were killed in the early morning hours of Saturday, she would have no alcohol in her system. You start subtracting the 15 per hour, just take the hours that she slept, and she would have nothing left in her system. There are a couple of explanations, of course, for why she had a .093 in her system, acknowledged Salemi politely. The first one might be that she was staggeringly drunk that night, that her alcohol level was up at 250 or something like that, and just subtracting the 15, she would still be at a 93 at 8 or 9 in the morning. Well, there is no testimony as to that. Salemi made it clear that the defense was not suggesting that Nancy Newman was staggeringly drunk and overwhelmingly intoxicated. Another possibility might be that she consumed alcohol in the early morning hours or in the middle of the night, and there is no testimony that she would have done that. In case the obvious significance of these facts was eluding the jury, Salemi personally clarified them. The obvious significance, he asserted, was that Mrs. Newman was killed several hours earlier. If Mrs. Newman were killed several hours earlier, then someone besides the person who is charged with killing these people is the real killer, because Mr. Anthony was at that party or gathering in the evening hours of March 13th and the early morning hours of March 14th. Salemi knew he had a strong argument, and he hammered away at it relentlessly. If you look at the evidence, this scientific evidence, another piece of scientific evidence, the type of evidence that the prosecution has asked you to rely on so heavily, you will find that there is a strong suggestion that Mrs. Newman was not killed in the early morning hours of Saturday, but in the evening, only a few hours after she stopped consuming alcohol. And the significance of that is obvious. If she were killed sometime between 10:30 and midnight, or 1 in the morning, or 2 in the morning, or 3 in the morning, this man here could not have possibly been involved in those killings. Ingaldson objected, decrying Salemi's mathematics. She would have had to have been killed 10 or 15 minutes before the Chapmans ever left the house. If she had 4 drinks using the alcohol alone, she would have been killed before she ever left Gwenny's. The argument, to Salemi's benefit, degenerated into nitpicking over intestinal fauna, rates of decomposition, and the possible effect of antibiotics on alcohol dissipation rates. The jury became noticeably disinterested any time discussions were technical. Resuming his remarks, Salemi built on his argument that the murders took place at night, not in the morning, using the crime scene photos as evidence. If you look at the pictures, there's no coffee brewed, and everybody knew that you stayed away from Nancy Newman until she had her first cup of coffee. That appliance is not on, the Mr. Coffee that you see on the kitchen counter. I guess the prosecution wants you to believe that Mrs. Newman just took the old coffee from the night before on her day off when she had plenty of time, and rather than make a new pot of coffee, and we heard that she loved coffee, loved her coffee. She just put some in the microwave, and that's why there hadn't been any brewed that morning. I don't know how plausible that is. All of the victims were in their night clothes. That's consistent with this terrible tragedy occurring at night. There were other clues backing up Salemi's version of the murders, including a pink coat and the contents of the victim's bladders and Mrs. Newman's stomach. No urine in the bladders, stated Salemi emphatically. Use your common sense. I would suggest to you that it's consistent with having gone to bed in the evening. Do you relieve yourself before you go to bed at night? Now, food in the stomach. Nancy Newman had coffee in her stomach. Well, she didn't have dinner, but she did drink coffee. That's consistent with the killing in the evening, a small detail, he continued. But Angie Newman apparently was wearing a pink coat, and it was laid, I think, on a sofa. When the bodies were discovered 2 days later, that pink coat was in the same location. Salemi then turned his attention directly to Anthony's alibi, stating, "You know, it's a legal term, but it sounds fishy. Alibi. I'll tell you that the evidence, all of the evidence, suggests that Mr. Anthony's whereabouts between the hours of 10:30 and 3 in the morning are certain. His whereabouts. Let's talk about that. Not his alibi. His whereabouts for certain." The prosecution knew they were up against an excellent defense team and listened intently as Salemi expertly countered their accusations against his client. Here's the theory of the prosecution. They're all in their own bedroom because they were ordered to go in their own bedrooms and they obeyed. How about this? They were in bed because it was nighttime, and they were killed in the evening. The drapes were closed in the Newman apartment, Salemi noted, recalling testimony from Paul Chapman that one of the first things that Nancy Newman usually did in the morning, besides brewing herself a cup of coffee, was to open the drapes. One living room drape, however, was slightly open. Ingaldson earlier suggested that the drape had been pulled back by Anthony after the murder so he could peek outside. Salemi, of course, interpreted it differently. The drape is slightly open toward the bottom, and that's in the living room area next to an easy chair, and that easy chair is next to the window. There is a coffee cup there, and there's an ashtray with some cigarettes. It's as consistent, that drape being open, with Mrs. Newman being there, sitting there perhaps at night, finishing her coffee, drinking her cigarettes. The jury laughed at Salemi's unintentional element of humor, and looking out the window because she heard a noise. Maybe she heard a car pull up. You know, you can do a lot of things with this evidence and look at it different ways. The state's theory, I think, is terribly flawed. Next, Salemi attacked the prosecution's use of fingerprints and footprints, stating, "This whole thing about fingerprints and footprints is very strange. For example, if you look at all the fingerprints that were discovered in this particular case, lots of them related to Mr. Anthony. But you look at other people who were there the day before, Friday the 13th, none of Cheryl Chapman. Kelly Prather Nicholson, she was there on Friday. Her prints weren't found. Jody Cornelius, who supposedly helped clean, none of her prints were found. But you find John Newman's fingerprints in there, and he hadn't been there for months. The only two footprints found in the whole apartment, Kirby Anthony's? We know that Melissa, Angie, and Nancy Newman were living there on a day-to-day basis at the time, that Paul and Cheryl were there on Friday the 13th. You can't rely on the presence or absence of fingerprints, insisted Salemi. It might be helpful if they were on a gun. The defense also reminded the jury about the psychic visions of J.S. Talking about the occult is kind of strange, acknowledged Salemi. But in the context of this case, it certainly is as plausible as Mr. Ingoldson's theory about how all this happened. The fact of the matter is this woman, J.S., predicted these murders. She was able, with specificity, to describe the apartment, and not in a way that she's going to pick up in the newspaper or some newscast. The defense pointed out that the Newman apartment had been sealed and no television cameras nor press reporters were allowed inside. You would have had some officer testify that they were in the apartment taking pictures and it was broadcast on the news, if that's in fact what happened. What J.S. predicted, and what came true, was that there will be brutal murders. They were going to have to get the blood of the youngest child for this strange cult. Satanic activity, whatever it was, and she said it was related to cult activity. Salemi knew adding an occult aspect to the case was far-fetched, so he countered that potential objection head-on. Maybe you're saying, cult activity in Anchorage, Alaska? That's absurd. We don't have those kinds of things up here. Well, these people don't advertise in the Yellow Pages. You know that much. We have Hell's Angels in Anchorage. We've got street gangs coming up from East Los Angeles in Anchorage, Alaska. You go to Coeur d'Alene and you've got right-wing neo-fascists. I wouldn't expect that in Coeur d'Alene. I heard it's a pretty nice town. So don't let the state, through Mr. Ingoldson, a soft-spoken man with a nice manner, just say, "Oh, poo-poo" to that stuff, you know. We don't have to deal with that. But you do. In fact, the police did. Salemi offered his own pointed observations about what was and what was not reaching the jury. He explained, the state has a lot of money, time, and energy invested in preparing for this case. There are all kinds of diagrams, charts, overheads, aerial photos, but they didn't tell you about the blood alcohol on Miss Newman. They didn't tell you about Frank Cornelius, and they didn't tell you about the cult. Cornelius, an early suspect discounted by Ray because he didn't know the victims, became an important factor for the defense. What if he was one of two? Asked Salemi. What if he was one of several? What if he wasn't involved in the sexual assault, but was involved in the killing? He lives in the apartment above them. He is alone after 1 a.m. on the early morning of March 14th. He is obviously a suspect. The police were coming to his apartment looking for him, and he evaporates. He moves out right after the murders, apparently down in Seattle somewhere. He called Jody Cornelius and asked her to throw some of his personal belongings out the window after the murders. But it's ludicrous, according to the state, for us to bring him up. Salemi noted that once police caught up with Mr. Cornelius, he was taken to Dr. Probst, where they examined various wounds, cuts, or rug burns. They're taking his suitcase and pulling it apart because they've got blood stains in there, and they're sending it off to the FBI, said Salemi. The newspaper article of April 11th said that they were waiting for FBI results because they had 10 suspects they were considering. That's almost a month after these murders, and they were still considering 10 different people. The Anchorage Police Department did not actually have 10 suspects on April 11th. They had one, Kirby DeAnthony. When I read that in the paper, I about fainted, Grimes later commented. I have no idea where that came from, or why Novacki said it to the press. Actually, that screwed up a plan we'd cooked up to really push Anthony's buttons. We were going to have the newspaper print the profile point by point, which Ray provided to us from the FBI. The minute Anthony read that, it would be clear that we were on to him. We figured maybe he had a secret stash somewhere of items he'd stolen from the Newmans, aside from the camera, and perhaps he would lead us to it if he decided to make a run for it. However, because the story about the fictional 10 suspects made it in the paper, we had to abandon that idea. Personally, I was really steamed about that statement to the press, and it came back to haunt us at the trial. Accusing the prosecution of being misleadingly selective about the evidence, Salemi further characterized Ingaldson as having choreographed an elaborate yet misleading production. The whole impression you're supposed to get, and I hope you see through this, is that this is a matter of science solving a crime. But it's not really that way. None of the victims' blood have been identified as being on Mr. Anthony or any of his clothes. None of his blood, none of the fibers from his clothes were found on any of the victims. Salemi proceeded to knock technical underpinning out from under Sergeant Gifford's testimony. Mr. Howard asked Sergeant Gifford about the method of vacuuming, recalled Salemi, referring to the alleged extensive and painstaking grid work and labeling of evidence vacuumed from the Newman apartment. And there was no grid. Salemi noted that the Anchorage Police Department was now going to change their methods because they didn't know where a lot of these hairs came from, and that labeling only identified hairs as being from certain bedrooms. Did they come from close proximity to the body? Asked Salemi rhetorically. Did they come from other places? You've got to consider that. This whole hair thing is very hit and miss. Sergeant Gifford came in and said that using some police vacuum with a moderate suction, he picked up over 500 hairs. Of those 500 hairs, Salemi reminded the jury, not one pubic hair from Kirby DeAnthony was found in Nancy Newman's room, not even on her body. Of the people who were sexually assaulted, she has pubic hair, stated Salemi, explaining that pubic combings were performed to determine if any pubic hairs from her assailant were transferred during the assault. Nothing was found in her pubic combings. As for blood, Salemi pointed out that there were significant amounts of blood at the Ide Street apartment. FBI blood expert Robert Hall told jurors he found human blood on the leather coat and sneakers Anthony allegedly wore the day of the murders. But none of it is even identified as the victim's blood, asserted Salemi, also reminding the jury that there was blood on the carpet. Asking if those footprints were Mr. Anthony's footprints related to this homicide, wouldn't there be a little bit of blood in the footprint? Wouldn't there be a little bit of blood in that tread pattern of his, that unique tread pattern? Salemi concentrated on the expert testimony, constantly pointing out the imprecise nature of the test and the findings. This whole thing about semen and blood typing does not point the finger at any individual, stated Salemi factually. It only serves not to eliminate a person from a much larger pool, in this case perhaps as many as 5,000 people. That's limiting it to Anchorage. What if we're going to talk about the state of Alaska? Let's use the 500,000 population number. Maybe we should include California, because I think you can get on a plane and go down to California from here. And maybe somebody might want to do that after they commit a crime like this. I hear there's like 20 million people in California. Salemi allowed his expanded pool concept to sink in, then continued with the discussion of lies. There are lies, there are damn lies, and there are statistics. And you've got the third category in this case. Salemi attacked Ingleson's explanation of how the crime transpired and why Anthony's hairs appear in some rooms and not others. The state wants to talk about all the pubic hairs that are in Melissa's room, Salemi said. He wants to explain that by saying the pants must be off. Can't find any pubic hairs in Nancy Newman's room, so he'll explain that the person left their pants on. We find some which are consistent microscopically with Kirby Anthony, so let's take his pants off once he gets in the second room. It's getting late now in this thing, according to the state, and according to their theory, it's getting late, and so this person now changes the method of killing from strangulation to slitting Angie's throat. Apparently the person is worried about time and wants to get out. That's plausible. But look at the next piece of the state's theory. The person takes the time to start masturbating on Angie or over Angie Newman's body. So, here is this person who is in enough of a hurry, who is worried about time, wants to get out, and so they just cut this young girl's throat so they can hurry up the process. But now they're going to take the time to masturbate. And I imagine it's going to take time since they've had a couple of ejaculations already, according to the state's theory. And that explains why there's pubic hair, according to the state's theory. The state suggested that there were 2 ejaculations by one male. Salemi presented an alternate theory, 2 men having 1 ejaculation each. In the defense's opinion, one person having at least 2 ejaculations and then masturbating a third time was kind of curious. The first sexual assault of Nancy Newman, the person only takes their penis out of their pants, said Salemi, recounting the prosecution's presentation, and that's why there is no hair. But for some reason, when this person wants to sexually assault Melissa, he must pull down his pants. Also, according to the state's theory, that footprint is there on the fireplace because it was placed there after all this was accomplished, and this person, Mr. Anthony, wanted to look out the window to see if he could make a safe exit. The state ignores the fact that there's a mirror over the fireplace. Salemi then suggested that Anthony stood on the fireplace to look at himself in the mirror to comb his hair one day, rather than to see if the coast was clear after killing 3 people. With respect to Melissa, argued Salemi, she's got this pillowcase on her wrist. It was loosely tied at one end, and it wasn't tied to anything on the other end. The state's theory is that was used somehow to accomplish the rape. When you look at the photographs, it looks like it's almost ornamental. I mean, it was put there as an afterthought more than anything else. I think as consistent with some sort of strange, unexplainable, maybe cult activity. The defense barraged the jury with numerous unanswered questions. If Melissa left her room to go see her mother, how did she end up back in her room? Why were there no signs of struggle? Why are there no defensive wounds? If Kirby Anthony were the assailant, why were there no marks on him? Salemi also addressed the supposedly damning palm print above Melissa's bed, the one Ingleson portrayed as consistent with Melissa being sexually assaulted over her bed. The state argued that the only way you could put a handprint like that is to lean over the bed. The defense, however, reasoned that the palm print could result from someone simply sitting up in bed and then pushing off as they revolved or twisted to get up. Salemi, quick to discount FBI testimony, said, "The FBI agents are all nice people. They all dress well. They all know how to testify. The FBI sits here and they politely look at you while you ask the question, and then they revolve in their seat and they answer it, and then they revolve back here and they get your next question. Then they come back and it's all very professional. But everything they do, their tests, their testimony, is calculated to advance the effort of the prosecution." "Is the FBI a group of scientists?" asked Salemi. "Is this some sort of think tank back in Washington, D.C.? These people only care about prosecuting a crime. My recollection is that the FBI was not set up to do science. The FBI is a prosecution arm, or law enforcement arm, of the federal government." The defense used the complicated nature of Dr. Shanfield's testimony to their advantage as well. Salemi dismissed it entirely with 4 sentences. "I've got a note here to talk about Dr. Shanfield, but I wouldn't know what to say, really, because I don't think anybody understood what he was talking about. I think his conclusion was that 80% of the population has the same allotypes as he found in the semen. If the state did indeed pay $1,000 a day for Dr. Shanfield, I'm not sure they got their money's worth." Salemi pointed out that the infamous white shirt supposedly worn by Anthony during the crime had no stain on it whatsoever. He emphatically told the jury that the FBI admitted there was no way to date hairs, nor could hairs be matched to any individual with 100% accuracy. The defense again promulgated their theory, backed by their interpretation of scientific testimony, that the murders took place at night, not in the morning. "You know," said Salemi, "what this case boils down to is a bunch of maybes. And what it boils down for you is that you've got to determine whether the state has presented a case to you which you're convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that that young man brutally murdered 3 of his relatives and raped 2 of them and kidnapped 1 of them. What you really need to ask yourself is, are there some questions in your mind? Are there still some questions? Maybe how this happened, why it happened, what's the motive? Why was Angie Newman's throat cut? Is there any possible cult involvement in this? How many people were really involved? Is this really done by one person? Who is Frank Cornelius? What was his role in this, if any? What's he look like? What was the real time of death? You know, aren't these reasonable questions? Here you are, 12 people who probably don't know each other, didn't know Mr. Anthony, didn't know Mr. Ingleson or myself, Salemi said in his relaxed manner. And you're brought together, spend a lot of time in the courtroom, probably spending more time getting to know one another, and you're called upon to make one of the biggest decisions of your life. There is no doubt, asserted Salemi. You make decisions about what kind of career you're going to have, or maybe you pick a spouse who you're going to marry. Maybe you're going to plunk down $250,000 on a house, or pay off a house that costs that kind of money. Those are all big decisions. So it's not like you're not used to making big decisions. But the difference between those decisions and the one you're going to make in this case is that those are reversible. If you choose the wrong spouse, Salemi explained, it may be painful, but you can get a divorce. If you buy a house, well, I don't know about this market, but usually you can sell it and get another if you don't like it. But the decision in respect to this case is a non-reversible decision, and that's why you have to be convinced. That's why you can't play around with the standard of proof and lower it because it's a terrible tragedy. You don't want to compound the tragedy by changing the law, because this was a terrible case and a high-profile case. You don't get to call Judge Buckaloo up a week from now or 2 weeks from now and say, God, you know, I've been having nightmares about it. I think I might have made the wrong decision. Would you mind calling those 11 other jurors and we can talk about this a little more? It doesn't happen, so you've got to be sure. Salemi entreated the jury to think seriously about the concept of reasonable doubt, and to be sure in their hearts and minds that the evidence established beyond a reasonable doubt that the man charged in this case was guilty. If you ask the questions that I've suggested, and many more that I don't have time to go over in this case, if you ask yourself those questions, if you talk about them, and if you take the concept of proof beyond a reasonable doubt seriously, and if you apply it properly in this case, concluded Salemi, you will find you have doubt. The doubt is reasonable, and you'll return a verdict of not guilty. Salemi sat down, and Buckaloo called a 15-minute recess. When court reconvened, Buckaloo cautioned the representatives of the TV and the press. I've been advised, he said, that some of the jurors on the front row were viewed on television. I'm going to conduct an investigation after this trial is over, so if it comes to my attention any jurors' pictures are on television, I'm going to clear the television out of the courtroom. All right, Mr. Ingleson. This was it, Ingleson's final address to the jury, his last chance to convince them that Kirby D. Anthony was a cruel and vicious rapist and child murderer, and that the evidence proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. As he stood, Ingleson knew this wasn't going to be a slam dunk for the prosecution. Most of the evidence was forensic, technical, and inferential. Never before had a behavioral science specialist been allowed to testify even in a limited way, and the jury knew nothing at all about Anthony's past. All they knew is what they saw in court, and Salemi gave an excellent closing argument. At that point, everything depended on Mr. William Ingleson. Chapter 20. This will be the last time you hear anyone, so the end is finally, I guess, in sight, began Ingleson, communicating a shared sense of release. You heard from Mr. Salemi and you heard from Mr. Anthony talking about some things, and now it's my chance to respond to some of those. In this case, all the evidence points to Kirby Anthony, he said, immediately and succinctly getting right to the point. All of the forensic evidence, all of the physical evidence, blood, hair, semen, camera, coins, footprints, fingerprints, all of it points to Kirby Anthony. He then addressed Salemi's attempts to undermine the prosecution's medical evidence. In the process, he took strong swipes at the questionable inclusion of second-hand testimony from self-proclaimed psychic mental patients. This isn't a cult killing. We see no evidence of that. We haven't heard from experts on cults. We haven't heard any evidence, anything at all, to show this was a cult type of killing, a Satanist type of killing. We have her premonition. She also told police that there would be 2 other people killed that night because they need 3 every moon. There weren't 2 other people killed that night, and there aren't 3 people killed every single month in Anchorage when the moon reaches a certain phase. The day that people are convicted of something based on testimony like J.S.'s, the day that type is even able to reach a jury is a pretty sad day in our legal system. When you start hearing things like the testimony of J.S., asserted Ingleson, when you start hearing things like, why didn't the prosecution bring out this stuff about the alcohol with Dr. Probst? Then there is kind of an attempt, maybe, to divert from the issues. If this is something that's important or something that is relevant, do you think I'm not going to present that? Asked Ingleson. I also didn't mention about this drug that was in Nancy's body that came from some type of gas that they use when they extract teeth. But what relevance is that toward the murder? Salemi had attempted raising doubts about time of death, using blood alcohol levels as the criteria. In Salemi's version, Nancy Newman consumed far more alcohol than the Chapmans would acknowledge. Paul Chapman testified that Nancy Newman wasn't particularly drunk or intoxicated. But what's the difference? Does that show who murdered someone or what time it is? Is Cheryl Chapman going to try and cover up something as to time of death? And why would she do that? Why would she even know anything about that? There is no reason to disbelieve the evidence. Why did Nancy Newman drive home with Cheryl that night? And it may be, as Mr. Salemi pointed out, Nancy wasn't feeling really up to driving, because we know not only was she drinking, but if you look at the doctor's records, she was prescribed Tylenol 3 for her teeth. So she may have been taking some Tylenol. She may not have felt good about driving, and that's a very reasonable explanation. Because Salemi mocked the fingerprint evidence, Ingaldson began by agreeing with him. He's right. You know, these fingerprints are kind of funny. You don't even see Paul Chapman's, continued Ingaldson. There were some of Cheryl Chapman, but the interesting thing and the most significant print of Kirby Anthony's fingerprint is that one over the bed. And I want you to think about it for two reasons. Number one, it came up right away, in comparison with the other print on the wall up on the closet. Why would one come up and not the other if they are both old prints? The most important thing is, think of that location of the print. Ingaldson pulled up a chair and gave the jury a visual demonstration. "I'll use this chair so I don't have to sit on the floor," he said, pretending to be sitting down on a bed. "If you're sitting on the bed, how would you get your hand in this position?" He attempted twisting his hand around to match the location of Anthony's palm print, but to no avail. "It doesn't work unless a person is a contortionist," he insisted. Countering Salemi's remarks about the testimony of the FBI agents, Ingaldson said, "There's talk about the FBI persons, that they come in and are just telling what the prosecution wants. Well, we know that's not true, because they have a protocol to go by, because they testify in many states, and they don't want to be wrong. They also testify for the defense. They don't have any interest in the results. They're not getting paid to testify. They do their own tests. Think about the reason they might do their own tests. They certainly don't have an economic incentive to make new findings. I agree with Mr. Salemi that some of this allotyping is confusing. The blood group substances are confusing for me, and maybe there are some people on the jury who know more about biology and chemistry. But Dr. Shanfield's credentials are very high, obviously. You can look at some of his background if you have more doubts about that in the jury room. Dr. Shanfield talked about the use of these allotypes, and it's his opinion that the same donor of semen on Melissa and Nancy and on the washcloth were all the same person because of this very unique semen characteristic that he noticed. Ingaldson then commented about statements made by Anthony during the previous day's cross-examination. "I'm sure you realize that there were many things even then that he was rationalizing and changing to fit the cross-examination, and things are changing again." To back up his allegations, Ingaldson delineated what he termed obvious lies. Among them was Anthony's testimony that he spoke at length to Tony Marinelli on the morning of the homicide. "We know that Marinelli wasn't working that day," said Ingaldson. "The call couldn't have happened on that Saturday, but he tries to fit it in and say it did. According to Tony Marinelli, it would have been on a weekday before the murders. It would have been during that time that Kirby Anthony called him. We know he didn't talk to Tony Marinelli on Saturday, but he's trying to fill in the gaps." More egregious was Anthony's claim that Jess Odell saw John Newman's camera prior to the murders. "Anthony tried to sell the camera to Odell after the killings," insisted Ingaldson, "but he wasn't able to do it. Mr. Anthony says he gave it to the police. Well, why would investigator Ryder lie about that? Why would investigator Spatafora lie about getting it out? Both of them testified consistently about investigator Spatafora getting the camera out of the closet. Why would they lie about that? If they're going to lie, they'd tell a heck of a lot better lies than that. Anthony talks about getting it and talking about Jess Odell seeing this, and for some reason, he couldn't remember when the police are pressing him about things and accusing him of at least indirectly taking the camera. He can't remember Jess Odell seeing it. He can't remember until 7 months later. That whole story is absurd. Ingaldson rapidly assaulted other contradictions in Anthony's testimony, including him washing his upper body before going to the Mullins. We hear in court, all of a sudden, for the first time, that he washed his upper body. He says that somewhere in the police reports he told the police that. We didn't hear anything about that from investigator Ryder. There is nothing about washing his upper body in any of the police reports. Why would someone take off their shirt and wash their upper body? If they are going to do that, wouldn't they just jump in the shower? He talks about getting his tire fixed, continued Ingaldson. And he said, "Yeah, I remember because my tire was leaking." And I said, "Well, you got your tire fixed before you left." And all of a sudden, he had 2 leaking tires. And in court yesterday, he said, "I wish I could prove it if I could. I got a new tire." He describes that there was tread missing from his tire, so he got a new tire. Ingaldson picked up a slip of paper, identified as a plaintiff's exhibit, and held it in front of the jury. "Look at this receipt. It doesn't say tire on there. It says tube. What you probably would get for a leak. It doesn't say tire. It says tube." Ingaldson then quickly turned to the topic of Anthony's phone call to Carol Hawkins, in which he informed her that Nancy was raped and one of the girls stabbed. How would he know that? Would you assume because someone asked him for a knife that one of the little girls was stabbed? Why not Nancy being stabbed? That Nancy was the one raped? He assumed that? Would he tell Carol Hawkins that's what happened? He presumed that? Melissa and Nancy were the ones that had been sexually assaulted. Lo and behold, those are the ones. We know this crime isn't some long, drawn-out, planned thing when someone came over, because everything used in the commission of this thing were things found at the scene. We have gloves consistent with gloves found in Nancy's nightstand. Pillowcases that they were strangled with were taken from the beds. I don't know what knife was used for sure with Angie, but isn't it kind of a coincidence that the steak knives in the house, of the 6 steak knives, 1 is missing? He paused, letting the jury contemplate his litany for a moment, and said, "I'll tell you what probably happened. Maybe he just got there and his plan was just to have sex with Nancy, and she refused. But we know that she was beat about the face before she died because there are bruises there before death and after death. We know that Melissa was in that room at some time. Now, why did he take Melissa back to her own bedroom? Maybe he just wanted to, or maybe because there is fecal matter on the end of the bed here," noted Ingaldson, pointing to the enlarged illustration of the Newman apartment and pictures of the victims. "Nancy's body is swung around here. Her legs are kind of in an awkward position. Look where her hands are. These feet were grabbed and she was swung around. She was probably sexually assaulted here and swung around after. There's fecal matter here. Maybe he was going to sexually assault Melissa here, but he didn't want to have more feces on him." He now had the jury's complete, if uncomfortable, attention. Maybe the bed's too high to do Melissa in the manner that he did it. Melissa's bed worked out just perfect for him, the right amount of height. You can see the bruises on her, he said, pointing to another disturbing photograph. Inside of her knees and inside of her ankles. He had her spread over the bed, and every single thing in here, everything points to Kirby Anthony. The hairs on her buttocks area are Kirby Anthony's, he said forcefully and emphatically. The bloody smear on her stomach and on the bed, the semen, matches Kirby Anthony's. All the pubic hairs in the room, all of them, are Kirby Anthony's, no one else. Even according to his testimony or through those letters, this is the one that would have taken more time. How does he know that? Well, we all know that. He knows because he did it. The jury kept looking over at Anthony as if picturing him in the act. The repulsion and animosity were almost palpable. Think of where the semen is, demanded Ingaldson. The bruises on her knees are consistent with that. Think of how you are going to secure a body. That is to take that pillowcase and tie a knot around the wrist, wrap it around the other wrist, and you can hold both hands in one hand. What are the odds, asked Ingaldson, that this just happens to be a coincidence that it's his semen? Well, it is very low odds. 93% of the population would not have that semen type. Well, we know that the person was someone who knew the family. So is it just a coincidence that we have his hairs? That we have his semen type? Is it just a coincidence that the cigarette found in there matches his saliva type? Is it just a coincidence that the murder happened during the time period Saturday morning when Kirby Anthony's alibi changed the most? Is it just a coincidence that Kirby Anthony had feces on his shirt on the lower front part and Nancy Newman, in her sexual assault, had a bowel movement? Is it just a coincidence that the only valuable things missing in that apartment were coins that Kirby Anthony knew about? Why would a stranger happen to find those coins all of a sudden above the microwave? Ingaldson was on a roll, his intensity building phrase by phrase. And the camera, a camera that he doesn't even know how to work. Ladies and gentlemen, we talked about reasonable doubt. Mr. Salemi talked about reasonable doubt. I guess in jury selection we went over what reasonable doubt means. It does not mean beyond all possible doubt, but that which is reasonable. And I ask you to follow your common sense in this case. It's true, the system works when innocent people are not convicted, but it also works when guilty people are convicted. In this case, not only is there evidence of beyond a reasonable doubt, but there is evidence of more than that. Really, if you think about it, think of all these things as evidence beyond all doubt that Kirby Anthony committed these murders. All the testimony we've heard, all the arguments we've heard, all the explanations, none of them explain about the semen, the coins, the fingerprints, the footprints, the entrance and exit, except that Kirby Anthony did it. Every piece of evidence is explained by Kirby Anthony doing this. There are not any alternative explanations. Ingaldson thanked the jury for their time, even doing so on behalf of Salemi and Judge Buckaloo, and concluded by saying, I'd ask you to consider this case and to return a verdict of guilty on all counts. Thank you. With that, William Ingaldson sat down. Judge Buckaloo allowed a moment of reflective silence, then said, Why don't we take a 10-minute recess, and then you can talk to the bailiffs about where you want to have lunch, and then you'll come back and I'll read the instructions, and you can go to lunch. But it's 12:15. We'll take a 10-minute recess. They certainly ought to be ready for lunch right at 1 o'clock. That would be a safe figure." When the court reconvened, the judge made a special point of complimenting Salemi on his defense, addressing his comments directly to Kirby D. Anthony. "I don't know whether you'll agree with me or not, Mr. Anthony, but you got one of the better defenses I've seen in a long time. Mr. Salemi, that was a pretty powerful argument you made, so I suggest to you, Mr. Anthony, if you had $2 million in cash, you couldn't have bought yourself a better defense." During lunch, Buckaloo, Howard, and Ingleson went over the jury instructions in the judge's chambers. A number of additions were made to the court's instructions. Back in the courtroom, Buckaloo asked if Salemi had any objections. "I've deferred to Mr. Howard pretty much in terms of the defense input with respect to instructions," answered Salemi. "And of course I've talked with him and talked with Mr. Anthony after we put together the initial packet, and it's my understanding that the defense is now satisfied with instructions." Ingleson, however, had one more item he wished to discuss before the jury returned. This issue about Dr. Shanfield. The issue regarding Dr. Shanfield concerned the additional findings derived from his analysis of Anthony's semen sample. Obviously, we've rested, and we're not putting that evidence in, and lest there be any concern that later on, depending on the result in this case about Dr. Shanfield or his credibility, I just want it clear for the record that the reason I decided not to put that in because it's clear that there is a real close question as to whether or not there would be attorney-client privilege involved, and in order not to open up that issue, and depending upon the verdict in this case along that issue, I have decided not to go into that area, so I just wanted to put that on the record. State of Alaska versus Kirby D. Anthony went to the jury for deliberation on Thursday, June 2nd. Jurors in the Kirby Anthony murder trial continued their deliberations through Friday, and there was speculation that they would continue through Saturday, June 4th. Any verdict reached over the weekend would be sealed and remain undisclosed until Monday morning. The panel, which was not sequestered, spent Friday listening to playbacks of trial witnesses, including the testimony of Sergeant Gifford, Dr. Probst, the pathologist who performed the autopsies, and Debbie Heck. They also requested a copy of Anthony's driving record. Because he tried to leave the country before the district attorney was ready to charge him with the murders, we used Anthony's suspended driver's license as an excuse to have him arrested at the Canadian border, commented Grimes. When Anthony was doing his long-winded summation for the jury, he made a big deal out of that, insisting that his license wasn't suspended. The jury foreman, a local minister, announced that the jury had reached verdicts after only 2 days of deliberation. The envelope would be opened Monday morning. Chapter 21. On Monday, June 6, 1988, more than 100 people crowded into Buckaloo's courtroom, spilled into the side aisles, and flowed out the door. "The place was packed," recalled Ingleson. "They put us in what we call the media courtroom. It's much bigger than the others. Everyone was eager for the verdict. Well, maybe Anthony wasn't, but we were. The short jury deliberation gave us increased hope about the verdict," said Grimes. "Because of that, plus the quality of the prosecution's case, I was feeling fairly certain, but you never know for sure until the jury speaks." Cheryl Chapman, talking to reporters outside the courtroom, said, "I just know it's guilty." No special effort was made to prepare Anthony for the likelihood of a guilty verdict, stated defense attorney Howard, even after jurors concluded their labors so quickly. John Newman sat in the second row. Friends and supporters held his hand and gave him reassuring pats on the shoulder. Cheryl Chapman sat right in the front row, said Grimes, strong as ever. She waited for the jury to come in, and she was quite grim. The row behind the defense table is usually blocked off with tape for security reasons, but it was open for those of us in the Anchorage Police Department and the District Attorney's Office who came for the conclusion of this long, heartbreaking, and exhaustive investigation. "I went to the court the day the verdict came in," recalled Sergeant Gifford. "I usually don't do that. I was sure we had done all we could, but you never know what will happen." With television cameras rolling, a clean-shaven Kirby D. Anthony walked in surrounded by uniformed guards wearing flak vests. Everyone was sitting in silence waiting for the jury to walk in when suddenly Anthony turned to John Newman and yelled, "You're a fool, John!" Howard blanched. Ingleson's jaw dropped. The crowd gasped, and John Newman's face turned crimson with anger. A few moments later, Anthony turned around again, calling out, "I love you with all my heart." "Don't you talk to me," shouted Newman as he lunged for Anthony. "Don't you even talk to me." "Oh, my God, Newman went right for him," recalled Grimes, and had he not been restrained, he probably would have ripped Anthony limb from limb. Two policemen immediately placed themselves between Newman and Anthony until Buckaloo entered. The jury found Kirby Dale Anthony guilty on 3 counts of homicide, 3 counts of sexual assault, and 1 count of kidnapping. The courtroom erupted in a cacophony of cheers. "Quiet," insisted Buckaloo. "No more outbursts in the courtroom or I'll clear the courtroom." Anthony pressed his knuckles against his mouth, attempting to stay a flood of tears. His attempts failed. Found guilty, a sobbing Anthony entreated the judge to sentence him immediately. "This is a hideous crime," Anthony wailed. "If you feel that I'm guilty of this, I feel you should sentence me." Ingleson objected, insisting that Anthony was in no condition to waive his rights to the usual pre-sentence evaluation. In addition, the state wanted to put on record all it had uncovered about Anthony's unsavory criminal past. Anthony was escorted back to jail, the crowd filtered out, and Newman and Chapman hugged each other, then hugged Grimes, Spadafora, Ryder, Gifford, and all the other police officers that helped bring Kirby D. Anthony to justice. "When the verdict was guilty, I was relieved," Gifford recalled. "But somehow, in a case like this, there is no feeling of justice having been done. What can be done to someone who has committed a crime such as this? The horrific acts and actions committed by Anthony are beyond comprehension. Working as close with the victims at the scene and autopsy and then working the evidence recreating the actions of the offender and the victims brings a person too close to the event. Knowing what they went through, there is nothing I can think of that can bring justice to the offender." Speaking to reporters in the courthouse lobby, John Newman addressed the near-violent confrontation with Anthony. "He doesn't want me to believe he really did it. It was like throwing a knife at me. I think we can rest as far as that the murder is taken care of," he said, concerning the verdict. "It still will take a little time. I will get on with my life. I feel that my sister is finally at peace in her grave," Cheryl Chapman told the press. "She left Alaska for Twin Falls that afternoon. John Newman followed the next day." The relationship between John Newman and his sister Peggy Anthony, who also lives in Twin Falls, is going to take years to heal, if ever, commented Grimes. Anthony's mother protected him as much as she could from the consequences of his behavior. His mother was his one most ardent supporter, I think all of his life. Everyone in Twin Falls, police included, acknowledged that Peggy Anthony did her best with those kids under the circumstances when they were younger. It's not her fault that Kirby Anthony was a psychopath. The relationship between Anthony and his mother, despite his antisocial and dangerous behavior, is not unusual, according to Dr. Hare. Many psychopaths are protected from the consequences of their actions by well-meaning family members or friends. Even those who are caught and punished usually blame the system, fate, anything but themselves for their difficulties. Essentially, individuals such as Kirby Anthony have no desire for change, consider insights to be excuses, have no concept of the future, resent all authority, and detest being in a position of inferiority. "We learned a lot from this case," said Ingaldson, the prosecutor who became an instant expert on forensics during the trial. "We learned new ways to take samples, scraping instead of swabbing for one thing, perhaps freeze-drying them." Ingaldson explaining to reporters why DNA analysis approved by the FBI prior to the trial was not used in the case against Kirby D. Anthony, said, "DNA analysis could not be used in the Newman murder investigation because not enough blood or semen was recovered for the analysis process. Perhaps because the bodies were not discovered for 24 hours, the semen left in Nancy Newman had been largely destroyed by bacterial action. Stains removed from body surfaces or bedclothes were collected using techniques that diluted them. Those samples were used for other tests, but when the DNA test became available, not enough was left to analyze and compare with a sample of blood police took from Anthony. The other tests were able to isolate enough genetic markers to identify semen found at the scene as particular to only 7% of the male population, including Kirby Anthony. The Anthony case was probably the most challenging case that I've worked on in 10 years in the laboratory," said FBI agent Diedrich, who later played a key role in the O.J. Simpson trial. "The evidence is either there or it isn't there. In the Kirby Anthony case, it was all there. It bothered me a great deal initially when the case first came in because I've got 3 girls. My fear is coming home someday and finding them dead. I wanted to work my best on this to find the right person. It's a tremendously good feeling I had when I heard about the verdict." The challenge for DNA testing would be the same one faced by blood allotyping. It must pass what is called the Fry test. This means that prosecutors have to be able to demonstrate that the scientific community accepts the new technique as reliable. Judge Buckalew set August 12th as the date of sentencing, but on June 20th, Assistant District Attorney Bill Ingaldson has asked for a court order forcing Anthony to submit to psychiatric tests. Ingaldson expected the test results to support the state's position that Anthony was one of the worst murderers imaginable, and that he deserved the most severe punishment. He could get up to 456 years, but Ingaldson wanted him to get even more. Ingaldson asked the judge to find Anthony guilty of several aggravators, which would add 8 or more years to Anthony's sentence. These aggravators were comprised of Anthony's criminal history, including the murder of Walter Nabagak and the rape of Michelle Bethel. Ingaldson wanted Keith Hayes to testify at the pre-sentencing hearing, but there was one tangled complication. John Salemi now represented both Keith Hayes and Kirby Anthony. Salemi did not want Hayes testifying about Anthony confessing to the Nabagak murder, and Salemi couldn't cross-examine Hayes without violating legal ethics. John Salemi, accompanied by Ingaldson and Anthony, petitioned for withdrawal before Superior Court Judge Mark Rowland. "I think the reason we're having this hearing in front of you instead of Judge Buckalew," explained Ingaldson to Rowland, "is to prevent Judge Buckalew from any possibility of taint, I guess, that he might hear this, and it was more to err on the side of caution on behalf of Mr. Salemi and myself. It might be of some assistance to the court if I give a brief synopsis." "The issue is," said Salemi to Ingaldson, "are you going to use this man who we represent? If you say yes, I'm not sure why a 2-minute synopsis is going to be helpful to the court." "Yes, I am going to use him," said Ingaldson, "but I think it's important for me to do this because I think it may shed some light on whether or not, number one, whether or not there is a serious need for the defense to even want to confront him, and the only way I can explain that is by giving the court some background information." Ingaldson informed the judge that a year before the Newman homicides, Walter Nabagak's battered body was found near the Northern Lights car wash where Kirby Anthony worked. It's important for the court to know that nothing was released to the public about this case, about the condition of the body, said Ingaldson. The day after the body was found, the police went to the car wash. Kirby Anthony told Hayes, "I was really concerned because I thought they were getting samples of the water, and I noticed that there was still some blood in the area, and I thought they might find some blood in the water." In fact, the police did go there that day. They did get water, but they were drawing water to mix with the compound to make castings of footprints. Of course, the question is, why would Kirby Anthony say something like that, knowing about the water, unless he was there? The injuries to the victim are consistent with a torch handle type of pick-type beating. Part of his ear is torn off. There are puncture-type wounds, and there was, in fact, a torch in the car wash. And it was also verified that the torch head was broken around this same time. The police found that there was a wheelbarrow that was used at the car wash, and they found some paint chips near the body. An analysis wasn't done on the paint chips to determine if, in fact, they came from the wheelbarrow, and to be honest, I'm not sure if the wheelbarrow is even still there. I know that the car wash itself is torn down. "Excuse me, Mr. Ingaldson," said Salemi. "I'm sorry to interrupt. Does the court think it has enough facts now to rule on this? Because I have a feeling that this is more a media speech than it is some sort of argument regarding whether or not we should be permitted to withdraw." "I think we'll let Mr. Ingaldson finish, Mr. Salemi. Thank you." "Mr. Ingaldson," said the judge, "go ahead." "There was also a single tire track that went through the snow to the body," Ingaldson elaborated. "At first the police thought the body had been placed in a pickup truck and dumped there, and there was not a corresponding tire track. Of course, that would match with a wheelbarrow being used. There was very little blood on the body," Ingaldson said, "and very little blood around the area, even though the person had sustained serious head injuries, and you would expect to find a lot of bleeding. The body was also soaked, completely soaked. Of course, if the body was killed in the car wash and washed off, as Mr. Anthony told Mr. Hayes, then that would explain why the body is wet and very little blood. So I guess in short, there is a substantial amount of corroboration of things Hayes said. I do not dispute that Mr. Hayes is represented by the Public Defender Agency," Ingaldson stated, "and I also know they have a right, if they want, to confront him and impeach him. We don't really dispute any of the ways they'd want to impeach him. I guess I don't really understand the conflict, if they call Mr. Hayes." "Well, it's my understanding," said the judge, "that Mr. Salemi will be called upon to cross-examine and impeach him with materials that he's gained from confidential disclosures from his client, which means there is, in fact, it seems to me, and I want you to address, if you will, an irreconcilable conflict." "I would agree that he would not be able to represent Mr. Anthony and cross-examine Mr. Hayes," agreed Ingaldson. "It seems to me that all the evidence that he would impeach Mr. Hayes with is public knowledge, so I don't think there is a conflict. His conviction and the information leading to his conviction, that's all public knowledge, so perhaps there is something else that I don't know about and don't have a right to know about, and maybe the best thing would be an in-camera offer of proof by Mr. Salemi." In-camera means that Salemi would go into the judge's chambers and reveal the information to him alone. The judge would then decide if Salemi should withdraw because of conflict. "I'm certainly willing to do that," agreed Salemi. "We've represented Mr. Hayes in a sexual assault. There was a trial. We had a long-standing relationship with him. And I can't say anything more about that except that I would tell the court, as an officer of the court, that there is information of which was gained in the context of the attorney-client relationship, information which is confidential in nature, information which I would use during the examination of this witness, and information which, if the state did not choose to call this person as a witness, I would be compelled to call him as a witness to confront him regarding it in order to zealously represent Mr. Anthony, in order to cast doubt upon the witness in question." "I'd like to hear what you have to offer," said the judge, inviting Salemi into his chambers. After hearing that, I will rule on the motion as to whether or not you should be allowed to withdraw. Okay? We'll stand in recess. You understand that Mr. Anthony can't be here either." "I hadn't thought that far along, Your Honor," admitted Salemi. "Because," the judge explained, "if you're simply going to disclose to Mr. Anthony, you've violated the same canons." Roland and Salemi privately conferred. Within a few minutes, Judge Roland announced his ruling. "If the state intends to use the representations made by Mr. Hayes, it appears to me there is or will be an irreconcilable conflict, and that counsel should be allowed to withdraw." "Your Honor," commented Ingleson, "based on that ruling, it is my intention, confirmed by talking to Mr. Newman, the victim in this case, that we'd rather go ahead with the sentencing. It would probably be in the better interest of the public and the victims in this case to continue the sentencing. So, we will not present that evidence." "Under those circumstances," said the judge, "it appears to me there's no need for you to withdraw, Mr. Salemi." Roland called for recess. The clerk told everyone to rise. Kirby Anthony said, "Excuse me, Your Honor," and court was back in session. "As far as I understand by reading the pre-sentence report," said Anthony, "and knowing how the court system works, Judge Buckaloo is quite aware of what's already been taking place in this courtroom. Under the circumstances, and even if it wasn't to that point, I see fit that all these accusations be brought out. And in order for this to be done, any witness that has said anything to the prosecution needs to be pulled in. As to whether Mr. Salemi has a conflict of interest or not, I do not know. But I want every bit that's been said in this courtroom in front of Judge Buckaloo. In order to do that, Mr. Hayes needs to be pulled in as a witness, and I request that." "You can request that of Judge Buckaloo," explained Roland. "I'm here solely for the purpose of considering the two motions which needed to be heard outside Judge Buckaloo's presence." John Salemi had one more protective order in mind. An alleged crime separate from the one which has just been disclosed here. And I would like to request that the court hear that. I made my request in my written materials that my request for a protective order be heard by someone other than Judge Buckaloo, because I thought that if it were presented to him and the protective order was granted, we would have won the battle but lost the war because he would have been perhaps unfairly prejudiced just by hearing the arguments which would detail— "Well," interrupted the judge, "so far as I can tell, except for Mr. Hayes, you have no complaint." Anthony, confused, spoke up sharply. "I do, Your Honor. It's already been in this—" Salemi tried calming down his client while appeasing the judge, and said, "I think he's probably not following my argument, Your Honor, and I apologize. Hold on for just a minute, Mr. Anthony." Anthony, refusing to hold on, barked, "No, no, Mr. Salemi, I'm sorry, Your Honor. There's no need to apologize, and I'm fully aware of what there is to be discussed. The pre-sentence report has this accusation in it. It has already been put in front of Judge Buckaloo. He's fully aware of this issue, and that is the discussion that we're judging right now as to whether he can hear this. He had already heard it, Your Honor, and my request is anybody that has said anything to the prosecution on any of these accusations be brought in." "You can discuss that with your counsel," replied Roland, "and Mr. Salemi can take such action. And if he feels, as a result of his conversations with you, a further conflict that would require him to move to withdraw, he may, of course, do that. But at the moment, it appears to me that I see no conflict." "If I might continue for just a moment," requested Salemi. "One of the issues which I'm asking this court to deal with is regarding the state's intention to attempt to prove other crimes, to establish that Mr. Anthony was involved in a sexual assault in Twin Falls, Idaho. This is separate from the car wash killing," he clarified. "And it's my understanding that Mr. Ingleson intends to make this presentation through hearsay testimony. He intends to represent what other people have told him, and it may be double, triple hearsay. He's going to have police officers from Anchorage testify as to police reports they read from Twin Falls, Idaho, or from conversations they've had with investigators in Twin Falls. Judge Rowland stopped Salemi's monologue and asked one question. Is this already set forth in the pre-sentence report? Before Salemi could speak, Anthony broke in. Not only that, it's been discussed. Excuse me, Mr. Anthony, said Salemi. I think a great deal of detail would come out in a request for a protective order. I think the state would argue the details, and in an abundance of caution, it seems to me that it would be better for a judge who is not the sentencing judge to hear that argument. Perhaps the court disagrees with me. The court disagreed. I think it is entirely appropriate, said Rowland, for Judge Buckaloo to hear your motion for a protective order. Certainly, the argument itself isn't going to taint Judge Buckaloo, particularly since he's been put on notice that he's a suspect in the case in the pre-sentence report. I don't see any reason for me to hear that. I do with regard to Mr. Hayes. I think you were entirely appropriate to bring that before me, but Salemi wouldn't give up. He did not want Buckaloo considering the Twin Falls case when determining Anthony's prison sentence. Your Honor, pleaded Salemi, we go to great lengths to keep this kind of information from jurors in the course of a trial, and I really don't see much difference between a judge and a jury with respect to disregarding inflammatory materials or unfairly prejudicial materials, and that's why I've made this request. There are some kinds of materials, Rowland replied, that can be fairly said are impossible to disregard even by a judge. But I think in general judges are better trained and more experienced with these kinds of materials, and I think judges are different from jurors in that respect, Mr. Salemi. So I disagree with you, and what I'm telling you really is that what you've asked for in your protective order is not the kind of information that I think would taint a judge if it came to his attention, and I think you can fairly argue it before him. Prior to appearing before Judge Buckaloo, Anthony was scheduled for a complete psychological and psychiatric evaluation. He refused. I did deny to cooperate with them, confirmed Anthony, and there was a purpose of it. One of them was on my own behalf, because why should I give anything to him when he is out to get me? And again, I say I take it personal, but I also did it for another purpose. And that's because I was advised not to. I was advised not to talk to the prosecution, their psychologist. I was advised not to talk to the investigating probation officer or parole officer for the pre-sentence report. Again, it was somewhat of my own agreement because of the prejudicial values that they see in these cases. But that's not what they say in the pre-sentence report. They say that I failed to cooperate. Again, they are not interested in the truth and the whole matter. It's simply what they want to assert. Again, it's totally expected on their part. I don't disagree with the jury. If I had sat on the jury itself and heard the prejudicial issues that were raised and the blatant misconduct that Mr. Ingleson did, I probably would have done the same thing. But the state knows that if he didn't do those things, the job wouldn't have been done. John Salemi, on behalf of Anthony, requested Buckaloo to again delay sentencing. He granted the request, setting October 5th as the new date. Buckaloo told Anthony's attorneys that they were not required to share the psychiatric findings with the court. On this evaluation that I requested, recalled Anthony, there is a doctor from the Langdon Center, I believe, who was supposed to come over and give me a thorough evaluation. What I wanted to do with that is I wanted to give it to Mr. Ingleson so he could wipe his derriere on it. Excuse the pun. Evaluations in something like this would hold no pertinent value as to the sentencing. The evaluation was never done. I had 2 visits from a man who was supposed to do it. The agreement was it was a full testing evaluation. He comes down and he sees me and chit-chats with me for a couple hours, maybe just to say he's seen me and collect his paycheck. He writes a letter saying that there has been no evaluation wrote up, and he doesn't know if he can be of much help in this case. That was from observations. But testing was supposed to say different, and that was the request for continuance. On Wednesday, October 5th, 1988, Kirby D. Anthony, shackled in chains, stood before Judge Seaborn Buckaloo one last time. Anthony had a beard during the trial, recalled Grimes. He shaved it off for the verdict and grew it back again for the sentencing. He was also wearing those tinted glasses to hide his eyes. There was no hiding from Buckaloo's sentencing, and Anthony's pent-up tension and hostility were rapidly rising to the surface. Chapter 22. This is the time set down for the imposition of sentence in the matter of State of Alaska versus Anthony, criminal number 87-3244, intoned the judge. Are the parties ready? Yes, we are, Your Honor, answered Salemi. However, this is at least one preliminary matter that we must take up before we proceed to the actual subject matter of the sentencing. It was a matter which I had hoped would be resolved before we started the session today. The unresolved matter wasn't the Napagack murder. Salemi wanted an additional protective order suppressing the Michelle Bethel rape case. What the protective order is directed at, Your Honor, is keeping from the sentencing judge information which is not sufficiently verified, or is information which is of such a nature where it would be presented in a way where Mr. Anthony would not be in a position to confront the evidence in terms of cross-examining or confronting witnesses. We're talking specifically about what I think can be termed as the Twin Falls, Idaho sexual assault, which has been referred to in the pre-sentence report, which Your Honor has read, I'm sure. Mr. Anthony was a suspect in that offense, Salemi explained, and Mr. Anthony wishes, if the state intends to try to establish that he in fact was the perpetrator, that witnesses who have knowledge, who are material to the case, be called, so that he can confront those witnesses, and so that he can cross-examine them. At this time, Your Honor, I'm going to have Mr. Anthony sign an affidavit in open court in front of Your Honor. The signed affidavit read, I have been informed by my attorneys that the state intends to attempt to prove at my sentencing hearing that I have committed other crimes for which I have not been charged. I have been told that the state believes and intends to try to prove that I was involved in the death of a man by the name of Walter Napagack, who was supposedly killed on April 11, 1986, at a location near where I worked at the time. I have also been told that the state intends to try to prove that I was involved in a sexual assault that occurred in Twin Falls, Idaho in 1985 that involved a woman by the name of Michelle Bethel. I expressly deny any involvement in either of these crimes. Salemi argued that if Ingaldson was going to present Debbie Heck's statements that Anthony hindered the investigation by giving to the police clothes other than what he wore the night of the rape, we want to be able to